We're good? Are we on? It's okay though. Good enough. Way. Alright. We'll start out lighthearted, and if I get bored, we'll do something else. Or if somebody requests something else, I'll do that. That's cool. That's great. What the fuck? What is this, bruh? What is this?
What's your body count? Whatever you think it is.
3.
Only 3?
Yes, sir.
Only 3?
Only 3.
Okay, what are you thinking it is? What do you think I'm asking?
How many people I killed?
No, it's not. That's not the question, but whatever.
I swear, bro, all flies do is just walk on food. Like, they don't even be eating it. They just ruin it. I love singers. I hate it.
Alright.
And just sound?
I think.
Oh, boy.
That's not real.
I swear, bro, all flies do is just walk on food. Like, they don't even be eating it. They just ruin it. I love singers. I hate it. And just sound?
What the fuck is going on?
I think.
Oh, boy.
Who thought this was a good idea? What? What the brain rot am I watching right now? What?
Holy fuck, I'm coming. Holy fuck, I'm coming. Holy fuck, I'm...
What the fuck is going on?
Coming.
Bro's money farming. He can't get arrested for that. Bro played smarter, not harder. A life hack I can fix that?
Who's the best rapper alive?
Kanye West.
Fortnite balls, I'm gay, I like boys, I kidnap autistic kids, little mo.
That's it, we're done. We're done. This is shit. Alright, whatever. Let's go.
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Guys, is I'm about to.
Pour me 1 cup of water.
Birthday to you.
How's it going,
Let me see that sign, brother. Nice. Are you homeless?
No.
That's funny. That's funny. My baby.
Surprise, la seconde boulangerie du jour réserve-t-elle à notre jury?
That sucks.
I was hiding under your porch because I love you. Can I stay?
No.
Maybe if I'm like 12, that makes me laugh, but I'm not 12, so.
Man, I'm starving, dude.
He's just, what is he? He's just gonna throw the, yeah.
This is your Uber driver from tonight, Jeffrey. I just realized I forgot to give you a promo code. Use the code CUTIE for a free ride, but only valid if you use it on the way to dinner with
Shane, what a magnificent pair of bananas. Oh, great heavens!
What the fuck? What is it? Ew. Oh, ew.
To the song
Ew.
people always like in my post. Y'all want anything from the gas station? I love you, dog!
7 in the morning.
She low-key thick. Not gonna front with you. That's weird. That's weird. We're not saying that. That's weird.
It's 7 in the morning. Be careful my TV though.
Clumsy ass.
I know you clumsy as for real.
Throwback to when my classmate ripped my Chuck E. Cheese permission slip.
Yo. Yo.
Take a bottle becomes a
The glass. Where did it go? It's in my head.
They're all incredible insects. Just watch what they can do.
He just has eggs. That's funny.
And his first pitch was not great.
That
Just a bit outside.
dog shit.
Did you know that you are more likely to enjoy a TV show if it's based on something that you don't have?
I'll take a double, triple bossy deluxe on a raft. 4x4 animal style. Extra shingles with the shimmy and the you must have iron stomach, dog. Grease to make it cry. Burn it and let it swim.
You're crazy, man. We're closed.
Did you know in The Dark Knight Rises, made in
This is shit. Demo!
bro, we in that good life.
Hey, puppy. Hey, hey, boy. Hey, hey.
It's gonna be scary looking. Damn! What? What? Bro, Mega Shark. That shark game is good.
Boom, 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 boom. What the fuck?
That's funny.
Hi, how you doing?
Your demise.
Damn, fucking jump scare.
Fucking let me.
Bro just abducts cats.
What's up, man?
God, bro. That was kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. What? Bruh. What the fuck?
Who are you?
Batman. I need to go to the Batcave. For Batman. in the battle. Forgot them. What the fuck did I just do? I don't know you can do this. Is it weird? Yes. Do I want it to stop? Yes. Best $20 I've ever spent. What is this? Bruh. What are we doing, bruh? Okay. What the fuck is this?
Okay, let's drag this catfish in.
This is a big, big catfish.
Woo-hoo. We eating
My biggest catfish.
what?
It's gotta be.
Watch it be like nothing.
Eat him off the bottom.
Watch it be tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny perch.
We'll be eating good tonight.
It's a fucking alligator, bro. It's a fucking alligator. That's crazy. I bet that's what it's gonna do. Just go. Oh no. What the fuck? What is it? What? What are you doing to him, bro? What the fuck are you doing? Stop. 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 What the fuck are you doing to him, bro? That was weird. That was really, really weird. Oh, shit. Fuck, bro. He's spinning the block on, bro. Oh, he just Sonicked. He's gonna do it again? Yeah. No, not again. It's gonna be goofy as fuck, huh? What is that? Pigeon.
You can't hide forever.
That. Oh, look at it. That's not funny, it's just cute. Bro's locked. He's too locked in, bro. What? Mashallah. Look at that fucking thing, it's so scary. Camels are actually terrifying, bro. Did you know they have canine teeth so that way they can castrate their opponents in hand-to-hand combat? And that's true. I'll look it up right now. It's real, and it's scary. Of course, it's also for, like, other things, but it's also for that. It's scary. Damn, even the dog was scared. It's fucking Puss in Boots.
Got him. Oh, big yawn.
was that noise? What? I was fucking pissed off.
Wait, what? Dixie! Wait, that's you! It is! It's it, Dixie, on the news, that's you! Did you break into someone's house? What?
He was pissed off at himself.
Kiki.
Let him do him, bruh. What are we doing? It's not funny. Literally nobody's laughing. Nice fucking catch, dickhead.
Mr. Chief, face the camera.
What is that thing, bro? We're done. This is not funny, bro. Oh yeah, did you guys hear about this? If Inside Edition does a story on it, it's real.
With Built, you're valuable points every month to
This one.
Hey True Crime Besties, welcome back to an all-new episode of Serialously.
Serialously? Like, oh my god. It's literally fucking an atrocious name for a fucking show. I can make a better name for a show about killers and stuff. Because I'm not fucking stupid like this girl. I'm not fucking stupid like I'm not fucking retarded.
Okay, I am live. That's good.
Maybe if the fucking thing is
Hey True Crime Besties, welcome back to a new episode.
seriously, shut the fuck up. Rap is fun. Like, what the fuck? Why is it not funny? That kind of helped. Come on.
Footage and kind of, I don't want to say behind the scenes, but you know, like, you get like a different lens of the case from this footage to where you're like, what the fuck was even that reaction? What are they talking about? Anyways, it's crazy. So, the case we're talking about today is almost completely unbelievable, and yet at the same time, it's unbelievably common. It's tragic, upsetting, and very, very confusing. Imagine this. Imagine being a cheerleader in your senior year of high school, and then suddenly finding yourself in the center of a police body cam that is plastered all over the internet and the news. That's exactly what happened to Alexi Treviso. And in her story, there are two versions.
Okay. Based on her name, one, I'm gonna assume she's Latina. Based off of that, this is not very surprising. Minorities have a higher teen pregnancy percentage. That's just the fact of the matter. All right, that's just the truth. So, of course, it's a difficult decision to make. I don't know why she didn't just abort it. Even if it is illegal in her state, just fucking go somewhere else and do it. You know, like everybody else. I don't know, whatever.
Lie. According to police,
She ain't even all that, bro. Who did this? Who risked their life for her? She's not even all that. Maybe she's a nice girl. Okay, But just from what I'm looking at, she ain't all that. Alright.
Alexi had been keeping a secret for a long time. 9 months, to be exact. They believed that she knew that she was pregnant and she did something awful with her baby once it was born. However, some aspects of this case aren't just about one girl's personal ordeal. You'd think that now, in 2023, women would realize that they have so many options when it comes to unplanned pregnancies. Even if they truly do find out that they are pregnant at the same time that the child is being delivered. Stories like this shine a light on how societal expectations, family...
That's bullshit. You know. Right? Of course you don't, like... Of course if you don't take a test, you don't know for sure. Right? But, let's be real here, okay? You grow. Your stomach inflates to proportions that are just unnatural otherwise, unless you're pregnant. 2, you start craving shit differently. 3, you start throwing up in the mornings, morning sickness. 4, your menstrual cycle has stopped. 9 months. Maybe once, alright. Twice, 3 times, now we understand what's going on. Right? I don't know. I just think she knew. She knew the whole time.
Pressure,
No way she didn't.
fear, shame, judgment, ignorance, and immaturity.
I'm gonna be real. Okay, I don't think there is any judgment anymore. Personally, if I met a girl who had an abortion when she was like young, hey man, it happens. That's your decision, not mine. I respect it. Right? Of course, that's just like traumatizing for everybody involved, right? But it's the unfortunate reality of the situation is you can't take care of that kid. Let's be real, okay? A kid needs stability, and you're in high school. You don't got stability. You don't have a job, or even if you do, that's definitely not gonna cut it. You know? I don't know.
Can lead to tragic and deadly consequences, or maybe it's not that at all, and some people are just straight up evil. In Alexi's case, it led to being charged with murder. So did Alexi, pregnant, or did she purposefully keep it a secret from everyone so that she could get rid of the baby later? Was the baby born alive, or did something happen after the baby was born?
I'm not a woman. I've never given birth or carried pregnancy in my life, you know, because I'm not a girl. But you know, there's a lot of ways you know. Some dude had a nut in her for her to get pregnant. Just think about that for a second. She knew.
In this episode, we're going to try to sift through all of the lies and hopefully get to some semblance. This is enough. Just remember, everything here is alleged and backed up by court documents, and anything else is strictly my opinion. So, get ready, guys, and let's get into it.
The Artesia teen delivered him in secret in the hospital bathroom and left him there.
Like, how big is the baby?
It's full term.
What? 9 months?
You're getting a much clearer shock and ultimately horror.
It was a gory, bloody massacre mess.
I've dealt with death before, but never like this.
Right.
Lexi, have you watched the news of the girls that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail?
Alexi Treviso has brown hair and brown eyes and wears glasses. She is from Artesia, New Mexico, which only has around 12,000 people. Not much is known from her childhood other than her parents divorced, and she has one sister. It's believed her and her sister live with her mom and her stepdad. Alexi was in her senior year of high school, where she was on the varsity cheer squad, had tons of friends, And for almost 3 years, Alexi and her mom Rosa were very close. Even though Alexi was 19 during her senior year of high school, it seemed that she and her mother had very much of a I don't care how old you are, even if you're still in high school, you're a child type of dynamic between the two of them, which is fair to an extent, I guess. On the night of January 26th, Alexi came home from cheer practice, and she went to bed relatively early, but she woke up shortly after from extreme pain that she was having in her lower back. She woke up her mom before 11:30, told her what was going on, and they decided that she should go and see a doctor that night. They went to the Artesia General Hospital emergency room and told the doctor on duty what was going on. With the lower back pain, the doctor was concerned that she may have a urinary tract infection or something more serious could be happening with her kidneys. The doctor then asked if she was pregnant, and Alexi adamantly said no, and that she was still a virgin. Rosa, her mom, was also in the room. And also told the doctor that there is no way that she is absolutely not pregnant. However, the doctor wanted to do a pregnancy test anyway to rule it out. Before the pregnancy results came back, Alexi was given some pain medication. This is the ER doctor and charge nurse's recollection of that evening.
She presented, I want to say it was around 11:30 at night. I don't have the chart in front of me, so there's some details I'm going to have to sort of guesstimate from my recollection. Her physician complaint was for back pain. She was brought in by her mother. We were told that she began having back pain after coming home from cheerleading practice. Sounds like she had gone to bed and been woken her mother up. And so her mother brought her in, and when I initially evaluated her, she really wouldn't sit still. She wouldn't really let me examine her. She had on a very baggy sweatshirt. And, a 19-year-old with back pain, the vast majority of the time, that's not going to be anything serious. But she was just not really acting right, and so I became concerned that there was something else going on. Technically a kidney stone or something like that. I asked the patient and her mother if she could be pregnant. Her mother said, no, under no circumstances. I've been buying pads for her every month. And so I ordered our normal evaluation, which would be some basic labs, including a pregnancy test, as well as a CAT scan of the abdomen and pelvis to make sure she would have a kidney stone or something like that. The pregnancy test came back positive.
Well, no fucking shit. I wonder why it came positive. Maybe because there's a newborn in your trash can? I don't know. Just a thought?
An hour late, maybe 45 minutes later. I can't tell you exactly how much time had elapsed, but I became aware that her test was positive. So at that point, we sent it for a blood confirmatory test, which is what we call a quantitative HCG, which tells us, it gives us a number instead of just a positive or negative for pregnancy test. It gives us a number. And the reason why that number was really significant was because one of the concerns that you would always have in a young woman who was having back or abdominal pain could be.
There was some issues because they had run a pregnancy test on her, and they found out that she was pregnant, and she was adamant. The mother was in the room with her and was adamant in denying to.
Did you see that? Or did it was?
No, Chris came to me having an issue,
Okay.
and he was worried about the mother, the dynamics between the mother and the daughter, because the daughter was completely denying she was pregnant, and the mother was relatively upset about that she was pregnant.
After that, Alexi was in the room with her mom and other hospital staff.
I wonder why. My teenage daughter is pregnant? Oh wow, that's great. I know she's 19, but still, man. You live in my crib, bruh. You let some dude pipe you while you live in my crib? That's crazy.
And it was about 1:39 a.m. when all of a sudden, Alexi had an intense urge to go to the bathroom. In the hospital surveillance video, you can see Alexi running to the bathroom holding her butt. Less than a minute later, her mother Rosa comes to check on her to make sure that everything is okay. Alexi didn't open the door, and Rosa seems to be talking to her through the door, and we don't really know what was said here, but she ended up walking back to the hospital room. Alexi was in the bathroom for about 10 minutes before her mom came back to check on her for a second time. But again, She doesn't open the door, and Rosa went back to the room.
Yeah, then from there we gave her some pain medication. She started feeling a little better, and then she said she needed to go have bowel movement, and that's kind of when the whole thing happened.
So what did you do after that? So when she went to do the bowel movement, where were you at?
Initially I was at the nurse's station, and then at some point I went and kind of checked on her, knocked on the door, seeing if she needed anything. She denied. She said she didn't need anything.
Did you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything.
Flush, toilet flush?
Yes, after a while I started hearing, done her 2 to 3 times, I'm not exactly sure. And then I just kept hearing paper towel dispenser and flushing and like the water running. And I knocked again, did she need anything? Denied anything. And then eventually it got to a point where I said, you need to come out. And I asked the clerk to get the key to unlock the door, because obviously she locked the door to go to the restroom. And
Huh.
This game,
Oh shit.
you're not.
Alright, before you call me insensitive, alright, let's be real here for a second, alright? Firstly, there's no way she didn't know. Right, let's be real. There's no shot she didn't know.
whenever we finally had the key to unlock it, she opened it and just kind of walked out.
Did she say anything at that
She didn't
point?
say anything. She was just looking kind of straight past me and went back to the room.
Did you look into the restroom?
I did.
What
Yeah.
did you
So
see?
went into the restroom and I saw a large amount of blood.
Where?
On the floor. It appeared to like she had tried to wipe it up in places. It was kind of on the back wall in the commode.
That's crazy. That's just crazy.
Toilet. And so I said, you know, you okay? What happened? And she said, I'm on my period. What she said. And she walked out. And then I went in, because at this point we had already received the positive pregnancy lab test.
When was that?
I couldn't tell you the exact time, but I know prior to that we got a positive pregnancy test on her.
Okay, prior to the bowel movement, did you tell her that y'all got a
Went in there to tell her, yeah.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah, so went in there and I did look into the trash can at that time to see if there would have been anything tossed, but the liner was fresh and completely empty.
Now, there seems to be a little bit of a discrepancy between the hospital staff on whether or not she was told that she was pregnant or not before going to the bathroom. But it could be because these interviews were 3 months after the incident. The fact that she said that the bathroom was bloody because of her period is absolutely appalling, and the staff didn't believe her, thinking maybe she had a miscarriage. But what they discovered in the bathroom was absolutely horrifying.
She had buzzed to go to the bathroom, so one of the nurses was going in there anyways, because she was gonna set up for them to do that, pap smear and everything. So she was like, "Oh, go ahead and disconnect her, and she can go to the bathroom." So I was like, "All right." So she was in the bathroom, and then Chris, which is one of our other nurses, he was like, because I was like, "Dang, she's flushing that toilet like an awful lot."
Oh, so you noticed her flushing?
Yes, and then he was like, well, I knocked on the door, and I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Yes, I'm fine. I'm just having a hard time going to the bathroom," is what she replied. So I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, "Well, push the call light if you need anything."
So you told her to push the call light?
Yeah, if she
Okay.
needed anything. And then, like a few more flushes had gone by, and then that's when Chris was like, "I don't know," because I told him, "What if she's having a miscarriage in there and, flushing stuff down the toilet?" So he knocked on the door, and he's like, "You gotta unlock this door." And then she wouldn't reply, and he's like, "If you don't reply," he goes, and then that's when she heard him call for me. And he was like, "Lauren, you got a spare key to this bathroom? I was like, yeah. Because we keep like our ring of keys by the desk where I sit. So I went and I got the key, and just as we were getting ready to open the door, she opened it, and all I saw was like blood everywhere on the wall. The toilet just looked like a horror film.
Now, was it covering the floor or was it like splotches?
She was holding up with paper towels because it was like smeared. Yeah. But yeah, so anyways, the floor was just smeared with blood, blood on the wall, like on the toilet and stuff. And
Do you remember which wall?
it was like the bath wall between the toilet and the sink.
In your line of work, what would cause that kind of spot?
I think something got pulled out or ripped. Like if you rip something and blood just went, it was like once you see the photo, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's just,
So like you say, like rip, like something went like that?
yeah, like when you rip something or if you cut something and you go, like you swing your hand and blood just splatters.
Okay, so
That's how it looked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just kept hearing the paper towel dispenser going and toilet
Okay, how
flushing.
does one even walk
So
out
yeah, when we
like
opened up the
so
door, we
confidently
saw
after that?
And then I noticed she had bloody footprints that she was leaving going back to the room that we had put her in.
She just walks off dead casual. Let's think about that for a second, bro. That's crazy.
Sorry to bother you. I said, but I think this patient just had a miscarriage in our bathroom and she looked like a mess. If you could come and clean it. And she said, okay. So she came down and she started cleaning it and she went to pick up the wastebasket. And then she put the basket down and she yelled for me. She was like, Lori, come here. The wastebasket's heavy. And I was like, what do you mean the wastebasket's heavy? So when I picked it up and I moved it towards the door, I was like, what is it? So I pulled it out because it had like a fresh liner inside. So we didn't open it up because we looked. So when I pulled the liner out, there was like paper towels and we had rolled trash bags already in there. But she had grabbed a few and like balled them up and put them on top of him. So when I removed them, that's when I noticed the baby on the bottom of the trash can just wrapped in the bag. Like she had it tight, like because it was the top was twisted and then like tucked under, like so it wouldn't open up.
So basically, if you like,
Nah, this shit's not real. I refuse to believe this is real. It's just appalling, honestly.
Like when you grab trash and you like
swing it and then you fold it over to like put it down or whatever.
Yeah, that's how it
And
works.
it was clear.
It was clear bag. Yeah, it's one of those bags.
So you saw the hospital liner? So you saw the baby inside the bag.
Yeah, and then when I picked it up, that's when I noticed it even more because all I saw was black and purple. But once we picked it up, like the bag suctioned to its face, and that's when I yelled for my charge nurse, which was HT, and I told him, hey, she put her baby in the trash can, so I handed the baby to him, and he took off to the trauma room and opened up the bag, and then that's when we went and got Dr. Vasquez.
It was suction to his face. So was that from?
I think when I lifted it up and kind of loosened it, so just where he was still moist, it just suctioned to him.
No.
Alright, besties, I'm gonna be real with you and just keep it 100.
She had it in the bathroom is what happened. And then she whatever she did, I don't know, she's gonna lie. She wouldn't tell us she's pregnant. She's been lying the whole time.
Okay.
So that's what's going on. I just pulled the doctor out of the room, so nothing's been said to the patient or the mother that's in there yet.
Okay.
I have Leela, the housekeeper, if you want to interview her.
Yeah.
She's the one that kind of found under
Yeah,
the
because I
chest.
wanted to get with you guys first and then get with her to get her statement before I even did anything.
Well, I'm the charge, and this is what has happened.
Okay.
You can interview the nurse that had her, the two nurses that were taking care of her. UTech, which is Lori, she's the one that went in and actually found it because Leela's like, this is really heavy.
Okay.
So then Lori went in there, and then of course the baby was underneath the clean liner.
Okay. Yeah. If we
we can speak with Lori. That
Okay,
way get
I'll
her
get
statement,
Lori
then
and
I'll
I'll
get
get.
So he's the first thing though is I need to make sure that the mother that will deliver the baby is medically stable. I don't know if she's delivered a placenta. She's bleeding a lot. I just got her accepted for Buffalo's. So how I need to tell her what's going on and tell the mother what's going. The mother and they're both there together. Is one of you willing to be present for that conversation? Who are you guys going? Okay, let's go
sure.
now. I'm sorry. We discovered a dead baby in the bathroom. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Freaking out of me. Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth. It was not crying or anything. What did you do to it? Okay, stop. Stop. Number one priority, guys. Number one priority is she just had a baby. I don't know if she's delivered the placenta. She's bleeding significantly. Yeah. I've spoken to the obstetrician at Loveless. They want her up there as soon as possible. I need your permission to transfer her for medicals. She's 19. Oh, you're right. But she is a student too. No, you're right. You're right. That's right. I forgot she's 19. But you need to make sure that you're safe. I need to send you to Loveless to live. Will you please agree to that? Yes. Okay, great. I'm gonna work on that. I'm sorry about this, but in terms of delivering a baby and it looked like you tried to hide it, you do have to have the police involved. And he was crying. It came out with nothing. I know. But the baby's gonna have to be taken for autopsy and there'll be an investigator and everything. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But
What? Nah. Nah, what? This is not real. I still refuse to believe this is real. It's just appalling. Like, this is unreal.
we need to do this correctly. And I want to be transparent with you about what our steps are going to be.
Do you guys have, I'm the charge nurse here. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Like how big is the baby?
It's full term.
What? 9 months? Nothing was crying. Let's see. Have you watched the news of the girls that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail? Nothing was crying.
Okay. So as of right now, like what I said is, we're gonna have the detectives come over here and they're gonna talk to you. Okay. We have to gather some more information about what's going on. They'll get your statement. They're gonna get the doctor's statements. They're gonna get everybody's statements. Okay. So I don't know everything. Okay? So I'm not gonna tell you. I can't tell you nothing, honestly. Okay. All I can tell you is
Gonna go to jail.
right now right now she's being detained. So she's not gonna leave from here at all. Period.
Investigator and everything. I'm really sorry.
Mean Girls is free with ads? That's a W. P. Diddy, freak off. That's not a real title. I don't know why my Wi-Fi is so bad. Like, holy shit, bruh. If I could use an ether cable, I would, but I can't, so. Bro. Like, what the fuck? Oh shit, it's working.
Like I said, you are detained. You are not free to leave at this point. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What was the baby?
No. No, bro. What the fuck? I didn't mean to do that. Real is... Okay, I guess Real's playing right now. I don't care. We're doing this one. And it's gonna take like a million years. This fucking music video is crazy. That music video is crazy. There's a lot of wild music videos, but that takes the cake. Shit's like 2 hours long, bruh. Hurry up, I'm trying to watch this. Like, fuck.
I don't know. I have no clue yet. Like I said, I just talked to the charge nurse.
What is it at,
We're
bro?
still
Why
getting
does
all
it stay
information
there?
So that was a lot. So let's break that down. Alexi apparently gave birth to a full-term baby while in the bathroom, sometime between 1:39 a.m. and 1:57 a.m. She then tried to hide the baby and put it in the trash can.
Bro.
She comes back in, bleeding everywhere, and tries to blame her period. And the baby was found dead. Which, at what point do you think that they're not going to find a baby in the trash can?
Yeah.
In some of the pictures, you can clearly tell that her normal weight is healthy for her age and her height. She's a skinny, slender girl. And then all of a sudden, she gained a significant... Her mom was almost making excuses a little bit ago when the ER doctor was saying that they would need authorization to transfer Alexi to another hospital. And the charge...
but she's actually a student.
She's 19. And even then, Rosa said, well, she's a student. And the nurse again said, she's still 19. So what's really going on here? Her mom is acting like Alexi is 12, but she is an adult that consented to having sex, got pregnant, and then threw her baby in the trash. There's no minimizing what she did, even if she was scared. But it seems like that's exactly what her mom is trying to do. I don't know, let me know in the comments if you're watching on YouTube, and let me know what you think. There was also footage of Alexi's mom, stepdad, Alexi's boyfriend, and his mom when they were all in the hospital in the lobby.
Alright, Rosa?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Is this your family?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Detective who's also at the police department. What questions do you have for me right now?
What's gonna go on? Like, what, can I be with her?
She's getting lifelined out right now.
Okay.
So they're taking her right now.
Okay.
I haven't spoke to her at all.
Okay, so like what's gonna go on? Like what's gonna happen with her? Like.
So she's gonna get treatment before we even talk to her because she needs to be stabilized. So that's why she's gonna lifeline it out.
Okay.
Once she gets stabilized, we'll try to
It wasn't worth it, bro.
talk to her. The baby's gonna go up north for autopsy. More likely it'll be done with the next day.
Is she gonna get the tank after, like, she's released? How?
Get what?
Like, are y'all gonna take her to custody or anything like that? Like,
That depends on what the DA finds. We have to wait for the autopsy to come back to see what happened. Because right now with how everything happened, we're going to do an investigation, get more information from the OMI, Office of Medical Investigator up north. And with that, we present that to the DA, see what the DA wants to do with charges, if any at all.
Okay.
It should be pretty soon they make a decision. Because with the age of the decedent, they usually expedite autopsy reports and such. With normal people that pass naturally at home, it takes a couple months for us to get reports back. Stuff like this, we'll get it back pretty soon.
Okay.
So, we don't know. That's why he'll be going up north. So, even though she's of age, if she's not available to be contacted, can we put you down as next of kin for OMI? Okay. And you'd be grandmother?
I'm mom.
So you'd be the decedent's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
So that's her boyfriend.
Mr. Boyfriend, do you have a driver's license? No.
Imagine it's not his. That would be the fucking craziest twist. Imagine they do the autopsy. They do the DNA test. Oh, it's not his. That'd be fucking crazy.
And is the address on your current, on the driver's license? Because determining what the OMI does, if she's not, if she's still in medical, and they do release the infant back, it'll have to be released somebody. It'll be up to OMI who they determine next kin is. Maybe the parents, but maybe you, okay? So that's where we're going to get everyone's information. Would y'all mind talking to me later when y'all are okay?
Yeah, I was with her. I know she talked to him for a while on the phone. And then she came to me, so I've been with her the rest of the time.
Today? Oh. So what did she come here for that she told you?
She told me she had back pain.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Has she been having back pain before?
Yeah, she's pain from her hips is no, I mean, she was born with like her, I don't know, it was like crooked.
Her spine?
Okay, because my ex-husband, he hit me. He beat me whenever I was pregnant with her. So she was early. So, she had some problems with her hips. Like, I always had to take her to chiropractor to get adjusted because she couldn't use, like, she was always getting constipated, like, she had to get lined up, whatever. So, I mean, I've been taking her to chiropractor because I always thought, well, this time, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know she was pregnant. I didn't know. I just thought, like she said, I have back pain, Mom, my hips are hurting me. I think I need to go to the chiropractor. I said, okay, let's go tomorrow. But she was like in really a lot of pain,
When did it start?
Like the pain?
Yes.
Yesterday she said it was really bad, that her hips were hurting, and her back. And then last night, we're on the home together, she said her hips were hurting bad. I said, ask her if anything else is hurting. And she said just everything. And she went to sleep.
But she's a cheerleader too, so she's big in cheers. They have cheer competition. She works out.
She's been active this whole
Yeah,
time?
she's been active
What a trooper. What a trooper.
this whole time.
That's admirable.
Yeah, who does she live with?
She's committed to the bit.
Yeah, she's in school. She's a senior.
And how long have y'all been together?
Almost 2 years.
2 years? Okay. So, not trying to be rude, but you are more than likely will be the father?
Okay.
Yes.
It's,
No, we get it. We get it.
sometimes it gets a little shaky when it's newborn, stuff like that. But with like death certificates, stuff like that, interpreting his sons, if you choose to use them, we'll be the ones to help you get those. Other than that, because that's all really you need, and they can help you with the afterlife care. Okay. Do y'all have any questions for me right now? Okay. You have my number. You can. That is my work phone. If you want to text me or call me, I have my email on there as well. Okay. Sergeant and I got your information right?
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't know. There will be charges. I'll get to the district attorney's office, if any, are even done. Okay.
Okay.
It's too early in the game to know right now.
Okay.
So she's getting my funds out. We'll talk to her later.
Okay.
That's if she wants to talk to us. She chooses to, because she still has her constitutional rights.
Should I get a lawyer for her? Should I?
You can. That's your choice. I can't tell you what to do. That's something that y'all as a family have to talk about. Okay.
Now, what do you make of that footage and that behavior? It seems very odd to me. Alexi was transferred to Lovelace Hospital in Roswell and was later discharged. She did not deliver the placenta there either, so it's assumed that she flushed it in the toilet at the first hospital where she delivered the baby. From there, she went home. And then she just totally went about with her business like nothing ever happened. She was back at school, back with her friends, back with her boyfriend. She even went to prom. Now, Artesia...
I mean, what are you really supposed to do? If you're just trying to keep this under wraps, then, like, what else are you supposed to do?
A small town, and initially, after everything that happened, there were rumors at her high school of what had happened. Which, side note, not sure if something is a rumor or if it's true, but anyway, Rosa was pissed. She ranted to police officers that this was their fault, and also accused the hospital staff of violating HIPAA laws. Rosa talked to the police like they were trash and beneath her, almost as if she wasn't in the same hospital that the police were, the night that they were called because her daughter threw her newborn baby in the trash and tried to hide it. Now, let me just say this.
A nice fucking frame pause. But what the fuck? Okay.
Newsflash.
That's better. What the fuck? Why is she complaining, bruh? Why not just go about your business and just pretend it didn't happen?
Asshole. Your daughter could be charged with murder. You may want to cool it a little bit. Maybe calm down a little bit. The encounter was extremely bizarre and off-putting, to say the least. But the police weren't anywhere near done with Alexi. Not by a long shot. In April of 2023, the police started doing formal interviews with hospital staff about what they saw that night. And this is what the ultrasound tech, Lorraine, had to say about it.
And anyway, she said, Lorraine, do me a favor. And her hands were covering her face, and I saw that she was distraught. And I said, what can I do? What's wrong? And she said, I really do need for you to go in and do the ultrasound. And I said, okay, that's fine. And we're still going to get the same diagnosis. And she mentioned to me, she said, this is disturbing. She pulled me aside. She was whispering to me, and she said, apparently what the patient did was she walked in, she goes to the restroom and delivers the baby in the restroom, and then puts the baby in a bag because the garbage that we have throughout the departments are pretty tall, and there's those large garbage bags that are pretty sturdy. So I guess she delivers in the bathroom and pulls placenta and everything out, throws the baby in the bag, goes in the garbage. So anyway, so I go into the room with her, and I know that I need to scan her, but I need to scan her through the vagina, not through the belly, because I noticed that there was a significant amount of blood on the table. And there's a police officer in there, and I was a little bit uncomfortable with him being there, and so was she, so I asked him if he could step out. she said this didn't make any sense to me. I just and I did my scan and I left.
Other than her saying, telling you that she was pregnant, taking birth control, and her clothes got tighter, did she tell you anything else that may come to mind?
And did you use the...
Okay, the thing is, alright? The thing is, she knew! Do you know how? Because bro busted a huge nut in her. You can feel that. And hey, even if you're using protection, I guarantee you, if there's a sensation... Wait, what? I guess maybe it was a tiny drop. But then when they know that it's broken, I don't know. This is why I think the best forms of birth control are birth control pills and a vasectomy.
belly ultrasound or the vaginal?
Through the vagina. Yeah, and still there was, some tissue because when you deliver, whether it's a normal delivery or not, sometimes still instead of tissue gets still in there. And so she was having some bleeding. But after that, I stopped. I told the doctor and I sent the report out to be read, and that was it.
So
And it wasn't till the morning too when I walked in, and this is Artesia. I'm not from Artesia. I just work here during the week, and word gets around, and I just was hearing stories of what really happened. I never knew the details until I walked in the next day, and I just.
And how long have you been a ultrasound tech?
For about 20 years.
Okay. So, is there any other trauma or anything to that part of the body that would lead you to believe that she didn't give birth, or?
No, because, and after talking to the ER doctor, I mean, she was obviously bleeding, and I think she knew that. And so my assumption was, she panics because when she was talking to me, she was talking pretty rapid, and she was like, I don't understand. So, was it all mental, psychological? Who knows? But she definitely knew what she was doing and what was doing was wrong because of the way she was talking to me, just stating, I didn't realize I was pregnant, and I'm taking birth, so, I mean, she was panicked, but, I didn't see her being in a state of mind where she did not know what she was doing. And that's just my perception working with women, or not just women and men in scanning in general, who's just a little bit off, and I didn't get that with her. She's pretty much, and she felt it. I mean, you could tell that she was, I don't know if I should say if she was worried or she was concerned because she knew what she did was wrong. That was just the impression I got.
And she wasn't the only person who had that sentiment. The ER doctor and charge nurse also had chilling versions of their story when they spoke with detectives. Here's the ER doctor from that night.
My name's Travis Sarno. This will be my 12th year in Major League Baseball. I'm Chase Sarno, former Major League shortstop.
At that point, several other officers arrived. They arrived very quickly. And we went in and I said, we found a dead baby in the trash. And she said, well, it came out of me and it wasn't moving, so I just put it in the trash. And the mother started screaming at her, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. This is after they had both sworn up and down that there was no chance she'd be pregnant. And so at that point, once we got her transferred, I believe that the officers called for, I'm not sure what steps they did, but we made sure we didn't touch the dead baby. We didn't do anything because we did not want to contaminate the crime scene. And that's been documented, and that's it. But I was told it was in a plastic bag that was tied off and then stuck into a plastic bag, and then she put trash on the top to try to hide it.
Okay. So he was out.
That was what was told to me.
But he was outside the bag when you saw him.
Yes, they had opened the bag up, and I took the trash can, I just turned it upside down and dumped everything on the bed.
Okay. And you didn't see any trauma or anything to the baby, or?
Don't have a very good recollection of that. My brain was 100% focused on, is this a patient I should try to resuscitate? And once I made the determination not to resuscitate, all of my attention turned to making sure that the mother didn't die.
Okay.
So did any of the nursing staff find the placenta at the emergency room?
No.
No? Okay.
I have no idea what happened with the placenta.
She didn't.
What is that? Seminary, Oregon. Oh, so it's this like thing right here. Okay. Okay, yeah, now I understand.
Deliver it at Loveless either.
She probably put it in the toilet, would be my guess.
And would that have been something that was able to be flushed?
It depends on how broken up it was. I mean, if it's torn, you potentially could have been flushable. Or it's possible the housekeeper could have thrown it away without thinking it was just bloody, because there was blood everywhere in the bathroom.
Really? And did she say anything other than after you told her that you found a deceased baby? Did she say anything?
Just that it wasn't moving, so she put it in the trash.
Okay. And mom screaming, I knew it.
It was a really unpleasant experience.
Oh, I wonder why.
I'm sorry for that. I really am.
Is there anything you think we should know that we haven't asked?
No, I mean, you have autopsy results, and you can, obviously make your decisions based on that. She was extremely duplicitous. She lied to us the entire time. It was it was an extraordinarily difficult case. The nursing staff were distraught. The housekeeper was distraught. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's been a terrible case.
Yes, ma'am. One of the worst I've seen in my career.
The interview with the charge nurse was the one that was the most heartbreaking interview in this case, in my opinion. And it's a little longer, but I feel like everything that he said was extremely significant and very telling. Take a listen.
The next interaction I had was the tech, which was Lori Aragon, come and tell me, HT, you need to go to the bathroom. So I went to the bathroom. There was quite a bit of blood in there. So this was after she came out. She went to the bathroom. Was in there for a long time. And Chris was telling me, she won't come out. So I told him, you need to get the key because the bathroom's locked. And so he told her he was going to get the key. And so she came out. But there was some blood in there. So I went to Dr. Vakas and told her, I was worried that she did something to herself physically in the bathroom.
Water break. Water break. Good water. Great water. Stay hydrated.
Things that I was being told. was enough to cause me to have concern. I really thought she had done something physically to herself when she found out she was pregnant.
Question: when did she find out she was pregnant?
It was pretty early on because we did the urine first off. Any female that comes in with back pain, we do a urine right away because we're worried about urinary tract infection. And with any female, when we do that, we always do a pregnancy test to make sure we don't give them medications that would contraindicate pregnancy.
Do you know who told her she was pregnant?
I believe Dr. Vasquez did. I believe. I don't know because I wasn't in the room for that. I wasn't involved with direct care. But I knew she knew fairly soon because we already were having an issue with the mother being upset about her being pregnant.
Prior to going to the bathroom?
Way prior. Because then they started an IV and then they started running blood work on her. Because once you find out someone's pregnant, then you run another lab test to see how far along they are.
Okay.
So they started an IV and we're giving her some fluids. I guess I don't know exactly what they were doing. I wasn't involved, so I kind of care. But I told Dr. Vasquez she definitely needs a vaginal exam. I'm concerned that she did something to herself. That was my concern. And they took her right into the room. And then I told Lori, call housekeeping. They got to come clean this up. Which time she called Lee.
Poor housekeepers.
Call for housekeeping. Then I was just sitting there, and then the next thing Lori comes and goes, "HC, oh my God, you better come to the bathroom." I go in the bathroom and she goes, "Something's
A hospital housekeeper would be like the fucking worst job ever. Could you clean up this 19-year-old's fetus? I guess not fetus, newborn.
I just grabbed the trash can and went right across the hall and trauma tube. The liner was pulled out, but there was another trash bag in there in the bottom, but it was all it was rolled up. So I had to tear
Water bottle trash can is what it is. It's the greatest thing ever.
Check for signs of life. There was absolutely no life whatsoever. I immediately came out of there after I did that, went into the room where she was performing the vaginal exam, and I immediately told her, "You have to come out now." And she came out, and we went into trauma tube, and she reassessed the baby. At that time, between me and Chris and her, we determined, there was no reason for us to begin any life saving. The baby was completely gone.
What did the bag look like?
The bag was the original trash bag that was in there. It had trash in it. When I pulled it out, it was spun, where it was tight, and then it was folded underneath the baby in there. So it was like a little capsule the baby was in. So when I had to tear that bag open to see the baby in the bottom. If you would look in the trash, I looked in there. When she told me, so something, I said, "What are you talking about?" Because there was a clean line in the trash bag.
So basically, he was in the bottom, trash on top of him,
and then another clean liner put on top. Yeah. Then after that, after we determined we were not going to do any work on the baby, I shut the room down and I said, "Call the police." And then I didn't let anybody. No one went back in that room. I made sure of that till the police arrived.
And you said, so with the blood in the restroom, you said it was like smeared. Can you describe where all it was smeared at?
On the floor, there was some on the toilet, there was some on the wall.
Do you remember which wall?
There's the one wall that's by the toilet. It's closest to it, where there's a side rail, there was some blood there. There was quite a bit of smearing on the toilet itself. And then on the floor, it was just, smeared around.
Okay. What do you think that is from?
I thought she did something to herself physically.
Okay.
Because she found the interaction between her mother and her daughter it was weird.
And so, but just to make sure, mother is patient's mother,
yeah,
and then daughter is patient.
Yeah. So the daughter is the patient and the mother. The interaction between them after she found out she was pregnant, the way the daughter was reacting she was adamantly denying she was even pregnant. She was denying that she had sex.
And you heard her say that?
Yes, she was denying that openly.
What did Mom say when she said that?
Well, Mom was upset, and the mom was saying, "I can't believe you. You know you can talk to me. You're supposed to talk to me about this stuff before you were having sex, all those kind of things." She was saying stuff like that, which is pretty common. I mean, this isn't an uncommon thing. I see young girls having sex and they come in and they're pregnant, and then the mother is with them and find out, and it's upsetting to them. You know what I mean? So it wasn't uncommon. It happens.
Finding out your daughter's pregnant is not uncommon. Not the other incident. Not the trash.
No, I've never seen anything like that.
Okay, just want to make sure. Like,
No.
So just
No, I've seen lots of young girls come in and find out they're pregnant, and then of course they deny it. It's not uncommon that they deny that. No, mom, I haven't even been having sex.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Hey, dude. Hold on here. Here we go. This is our specimen for the day. A dude entered your vaginal area into your uterus, ejaculated his seed within. It went to your egg, fertilized, the baby developed, and you had it. Thank you, model. You may go back to the bottom of the screen. I think we know. I think we would know. If you weren't having sex, you wouldn't be pregnant. That is the truth of the matter. There's literally no other way to put it. What have I done? Oh, it's just an ad. I thought I did something. I was like, no.
You know, they feel like they're going to be in trouble. I guess I don't know what they're feeling, but that's not an uncommon reaction that I see with young girls and their mothers, particularly with their mothers in there or father, that they've had sex. That's pretty common.
And so you said it was Lori that called you. You went in, and the liner was still on.
Yeah, there was a clean liner on the top. That's when I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then she said, "Pick it up." And when I picked it up, it was heavy. I was like, "Holy shit!" You know what I mean? I knew right away. I knew. Then I just went straight to trauma 2 with the whole trash can. I just went across the hall and got broke the baby.
So after you, Doc, and Chris, decided there was no resuscitation, what did y'all do after that? What did you do after that?
I made everybody leave the room, and I told Lori to call the police.
But then after that, anything else?
No, I didn't do anything until the police arrived, and they came and asked me what was going on, and I took them into the room and told them this is what happened, this is what we found, and I haven't talked to them yet.
Okay.
I haven't said anything to them.
So
until the officer arrived.
So from the time of declining resuscitation to officer involvement, you didn't have contact with patient or mother?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure.
No, I didn't go in the room till after the policeman showed up, and then I went in there to talk to the patient, and asked her why was the baby in the trash can.
And what did she say?
She said that it just came out of her, and she didn't know what to do.
Bruh.
That's what she told me.
Sense made 0.
And did she say
She didn't say anything.
She just said it came out, she didn't know.
Right.
Okay.
Time out. find out why. I just found out why you shouldn't walk with shoes without shoes on. In Eaglemountain, Utah. Ow. I stepped on a goat head. Oh my god, it hurt. It got me good. Let's see if I can see with my phone. Yeah, but it got me good. As you can see right there, got me real good. Ow, fucking my foot hurts now. But at least I'm back inside. Safe and sound. This is why I don't go outside. That's actually why, because goat heads are scary. I get hit by a goat head on the other one too, because fuck, it hurts.
And at that point, did Mom say anything?
Mom went kind of a little bit irate, like, oh my god, how could you, you know. Well, I think the mother was in the assumption it was a miscarriage. And I told her, ma'am, that is not the case. This is a full-term baby. It was placed in the trash can. And then and that's when I told the mom, ma'am, if you can't control yourself, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the room. Because she's 19, she's an adult.
Right. And what, did she calm down?
No, she actually left. She went outside.
And outside to like the waiting room?
To the waiting room, yeah.
Okay.
They're coming straight in. Trust me, I've got.
And then she came back in.
Once she calmed down.
Yeah, and then when she came back in, and then once I talked to the police officer and stuff, some of the family had started showing up. And she went back out there, and at that point, I told them, because the officers asked me to not let anybody in certain rooms, and so I told everybody, and I even went out there and addressed the family, said, I'm sorry the police are here now, this is kind of an investigation thing, we need to find out what happened, and no one would be allowed back into the working area anymore.
Right.
And so I kept them in the waiting room.
Did they have any comments?
Not one.
Really?
I was really surprised not one person asked me about the baby, if it was alive, if it was dead, if it was a boy, if it was a girl. No one asked me anything. She didn't even ask. No, she didn't ask. The only thing she started doing was crying and started talking about she didn't know what to do. Not one. I've never seen I've delivered multiple babies and I've seen multiple miscarriages and I've never seen a reaction like that. And I don't even know what to say about that. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
How would you describe the reaction?
I think there was no emotion except for herself, and she really wasn't even crying tears. She was just the only thing she was upset about was that I think she was going to be in trouble with her mother. That was her only concern, in my opinion. There was no concern for the baby. No one asked me any questions about the baby. Not even the family members, when I went out there and talked to them, did they say, normally people, I would think, would say, was it a boy, a girl, no one asked me one question about the baby at all, not one.
The whole time?
The whole time.
It's a little heartless.
About the baby's condition, if it was a boy or a girl, anything, nothing.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her when she I know she was flown to Roswell?
because when we looked at the baby, the umbilical cord was still completely attached. So then I had concerns about her health. When the baby comes out like that, we worry about the placenta being still attached, which causes the mother to bleed. So at that point, our concern was about her.
Right.
And getting her somewhere. Probably, I envisioned that she probably was going to have what we call a DNC to get the rest of the placenta out of her to make sure she'd be okay. So I was in there explaining to her, this is what's going to happen. You know, we're going to have to fly you to Loveless, for you can see an obstetrician to take care of this stuff. So I explained what we were going to be doing with her at that point. But it was just basically, my job telling her, this is what I need to do to make sure you're safe. You okay with that?
There's no more conversation about the baby.
I didn't have any conversations with her about the baby at that point. No. My only conversations with her were about what I needed to do to ensure her health.
And at that point, mom still hadn't asked about the baby?
No, mom was already out in the waiting room at that point. We didn't let her back in. But no, she didn't. Now I know that I had the house, because I had called the house.
A New Mexico judge allowed a 19-year-old to attend college as she awaits trial for killing her newborn baby. In response, a petition has surfaced online trying to ban the woman from the university. Alexi Trevizo is charged with first-degree murder, child abuse, and tampering with evidence in connection to the incident in late January. Trevizo went to the hospital with back pain, allegedly not knowing that she was pregnant. 24 hours later, hospital staff found the body of Trevizo's son in a bathroom trash can. An autopsy ruled the baby's death a homicide, apparently dying from a lack of oxygen. But defense attorneys argue that Trevizo's son was in fact stillborn, and the baby's death was actually a result of hospital malpractice. Last week, Trevizo's defense team argued that her bail condition should be modified so she can attend fall classes at New Mexico State University. Trevizo was previously banned from contacting her boyfriend who attends the same university, but the presiding judge sided with the defense since the relationship wasn't deemed violent. As of Monday, more than 13,000 people have signed a petition on change.org asking the university to reconsider Trevizo's admission. According to the description, the petition's goal is to, quote, protect vulnerable individuals and ensure their safety. Brian, you think this petition's going to work? That
what?
She would be not allowed back in?
I don't think so. So a little over 13,000 people. I looked it up. The New Mexico State University, I think, has just a little over 11,000 people. So clearly this is not just the student body. If it is even the student body, it could be people from outside the school. I think this might be dealt with more internally. But also, I'm still stuck on the protecting vulnerable individuals. Who's the vulnerable individual you're talking about? Are you talking about the fact that she's accused of a crime and now you don't want anyone around her because of that? Well, we let people accused of crimes walk among us all the time. Even murders. The other thing too is, if it's specific to the crime that she committed or she's accused of committing, what do you think she's going to do? Force herself on men, get pregnant, and then get rid of that child again? It's absurd to kind of make that argument.
I guess it's the idea of an accused murderer. I mean, like, without looking at the facts, that's what they're going to say.
But if it's an accused murderer, then it would make more sense based on how they murdered. Do they stab someone, shoot someone, or take advantage of a child? Because that, the judge already decided, she's not a danger to others. That's why she's released on bail.
I guess Brian's making a good point. I always thought you were innocent until proven guilty. But then again, the people who signed this position, do they have a right? Do they have a First Amendment right to put this out there? Could they face any legal consequences for doing
Well,
this?
of course, everybody in this situation has a First Amendment right to say whatever they want, right? They're not going to get there's no like legal reprimansion for this.
This and affecting her career?
Yeah, I mean, they have a First Amendment right, Jesse, but I think here what they are doing is jumping the gun. I mean, you are innocent until you are proven guilty, and
There's literally CCTV footage, bruh. She's guilty. Maybe not of murder, but she did it for sure. And that's the fact of the matter.
here she was let out. The judge did allow her to go to the college. And frankly, I think they could face intentional infliction of emotional distress, frankly, because...
You mean Trevisa would sue them for that?
That is correct, because she's trying to live her life. She's been allowed out, and now you have these people who are basically claiming that she's going to murder again, and there's no proof of that. And so for that cause of action, as you all know, you have to have outrageous behavior. Now, whether or not it's outrageous to have this petition, actually I think it is sort of outrageous to have this petition against this young lady. Like Brian said, what is she going to do? So, you know, if that outrageous behavior was intentional, it caused severe emotional distress, I think Teresa could win a claim against them.
But doesn't it matter if she's found guilty? If she's found guilty of murder, then wouldn't that claim not really work? Because the student body would be like, okay, yeah, we were right. She's a murderer.
I think it goes back to the circumstances in which she murdered.
Right.
It doesn't make, like, are you worried that she's going to murder you?
I'm not on the campus.
I'm not going to have a child with her, but other than that, I don't think there's an issue of fear of murder.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, a popular wing joint is the focus of a lawsuit for their controversial layoffs during the
Hooters!
Allegations from one federal agency against a Hooters restaurant in North Carolina. That's next.
That's bullshit. Hooters is awesome. And not for the reason you think. Fucking weirdo.
And welcome back, everybody. A government agency is suing a North Carolina Hooters restaurant over allegations of racial discrimination against employees. The suit was announced Thursday by the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. During the 2020 COVID pandemic, the Hooters restaurant in Greensboro, North Carolina, had to lay off more than 40 employees known to the chain as Hooters Girls. When employees were able to return to work, the lawsuit alleges a majority of the women called back were white or light-skinned. The federal agency broke down the accusation.
Who cares? It doesn't matter. Oof. This is that school shooter guy, huh?
Maury, I'm happy that you're here amongst the living. I'm glad to have met you. Goodbye.
However, we do know this. There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine massacre. 3 minutes after the subject entered the West Building, there was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor to isolate, distract, and neutralize the subject. The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children. The officers had weapons, the children had none. The officers had body armor, the children had none. The officers had training, the subject had none. 1 hour, 14 minutes and 8 seconds. That's how long the children waited and the teachers waited in rooms 111 to be rescued. And while they waited, the on-scene commander waited for a radio and rifles. Then he waited for shields. Then he waited for SWAT. Lastly, he waited for a key that was never needed. The post-Columbine doctrine is clear and compelling and unambiguous. Stop the killing, stop the dying.
You hear anyone come in that they're not supposed to be, if they don't say that they're police, y'all pretend that you are asleep, okay?
That's so sad. Elementary school, bro. That's really sad. Of course, it's sad at any school. Okay. But elementary school, that's like extremely sad, you know? Poor kids. Poor kids.
May 24th, 2022. Robb Elementary School. A man named Salvador Ramos.
Look at this fucking weirdo, bro. Look at him. And I don't want to hear shit about, oh, you look like him. You look like the Night Stalker. I don't know, I don't. This guy looks more like the Night Stalker than me. And why is he mewing in this picture?
Entered Robb Elementary and began opening fire at rooms 111 and 112. At 11:21 a.m., the suspect sent out a message of what he was about to carry out. He had obtained an AR-15 and proceeded to shoot his grandmother in the head. Upon fleeing, the suspect got into a vehicle located at the residence and made his way to Robb Elementary. At around 11:28 a.m., before he could reach the elementary, the suspect crashed into a nearby ditch just outside of a funeral home. The occupants inside the funeral home, concerned with the well-being of the person who just crashed, went to investigate, and bystanders began calling 911. The callers didn't realize the suspect was armed with a weapon and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He began to open fire on the two workers of the funeral home. There were multiple calls being placed into 911 at this time, one of them being a worker from UCISD who witnessed the gunfire.
Barrel roll. That roll was actually
United
fucking
County
funny.
911. Yes, there was just an accident right here behind Robb's school. Behind Robb's, they ran into the ditch. How many vehicles? It's a pickup. It's one truck. It's a pickup truck. Oh my God, they're running. I don't know why. Oh my God, he has to die.
911 dispatch radioed to all units to respond, advising of a crashed vehicle with the subject actively shooting. The teacher ran back into the school, closing the door behind her. Unfortunately, the door did not fully lock. There were reports that this door was intentionally propped open, but this turned out to be false. The teacher had closed the door. It just failed to lock. Inside, the UCISD employee notified an additional employee. While still on the phone with 911, the school initiated their lockdown procedure. And at this time, the suspect had jumped the fence and was making his way to the west side of the building. While the subject is outside and walking along the west parking lot, the suspect ducks behind a parked vehicle and the first responding UCISD officer drives right past him, misidentifying the bystander as the suspect. The suspect continued to walk along the west side of the building, firing multiple shots into the exterior walls. Now inside the school, officials are preparing their lockdown procedures, returning to their rooms and initiating a UCISD Raptor alert, notifying everybody in the school that they have an active shooter. And at 11:33 a.m., the suspect makes his way into the northwest door and walks in, taking a few steps down the hall and heading directly to rooms 111 and 112. The suspect begins shooting into the classrooms. He enters room 111 and has access to both rooms through a connecting hallway.
Bro,
Radio traffic is advising that the suspect has entered the school and is actively shooting inside the building.
Poor kid, bro. He's about to witness this.
And advises that there is an active shooter.
We gotta get in there. He just keeps shooting. We gotta get in there.
Inside classes 111 and 112, shots continue to ring out. Within a few minutes, 3 Uvalde police officers enter Robb Elementary on the northwest side of the hallway, using the same entrance as the suspect. The officers proceed down the hallway, looking for the threat, unsure of where he is at the exact moment. Within a few seconds, 4 additional officers arrive on scene, totaling 7 police officers inside the building, just 7 minutes after the first 911 call. Additionally, more officers are arriving on scene at this time, with Chief Arredondo being one of the first and entering the south entrance. Dispatch was receiving additional 911 calls from within Robb Elementary, with one caller saying "help me" somewhere inside the building. Dispatch attempts to gather more information from the caller, but the line is disconnected after 44 seconds. Unfortunately, amongst the chaos, this information was not relayed, but the threat was presumed inside at this point. And just 1 minute later, additional units began to move closer to the classrooms with the victims. Dispatch attempts to relay information over the radios, but have major interference and come across unreadable. Chief Arredondo, acting incident commander at the time, does not have any radios on him. He got rid of them, as they were interfering with his response.
I remember we have to carry 2 radios because we have school or campus radio, communicate with the campuses, and then we have police radio. Unfortunately, I don't have holsters for those. They got my way, I threw them, and obviously I'm running at this point.
While this is happening, officers began to stack up on the door in an attempt to breach and make entry. As one of the officers is heard saying that they cannot see inside, the suspect begins opening fire on the door, and 2 officers are hit with shrapnel.
Fuck. Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? It's my wife's classroom. He's shooting in the classroom. I got me, right? Fuck. You okay? Yeah. You okay? He's in the class.
Uvalde dispatch is continuing to receive numerous 911 calls, one with a teacher saying someone is banging on the door outside. Additionally, Texas DPS Communications is coordinating with the DPS brass on scene and dispatching additional troopers to Robb Elementary. Uvalde dispatch relays the little information they have to responding officers. Within a few minutes, officers on scene knew they had an active shooter, and within the first 7 minutes of arrival, they had an accurate location of where the shooter was, given he had already opened fire upon them. These officers continued to stand by. At 11:38 a.m., the first piece of critically false information comes through.
You got me, right? You okay? He got you? I don't know. What the fuck? Hey, you know what? Take him out in the window.
Okay, guys. He's on. He's under the building. We have him.
Uvalde PD officers relay that they have the shooter contained. This is when the communication starts to unravel. And at this time, Uvalde PD SWAT is requested to Robb Elementary. Behind the scenes, dispatch was overwhelmed, with multiple calls for service, and additionally, the grandmother was still alive at this time. Dispatch was coordinating with officers and EMS to get the grandmother help while trying to manage communications at Robb Elementary. And this is extremely difficult for dispatch, because according to the Facebook post posted in a 911 dispatcher group, there was only 2 dispatchers on duty at the time, handling every single 911 call, radio traffic, and calls from the public. While dispatch was handling 911 calls, Chief Arredondo contacted dispatch and advised he is inside the building with the subject. The chief is asking if the caller is with the shooter. Dispatch does not know. He proceeds to tell dispatch the shooter is in room 111 or 112. And during the Texas Senate committee holding, it was thought that the dispatcher relayed the incorrect information.
Dispatcher, I'm right here. Chief, ma'am, is the teacher with him in his classroom? Dispatcher, she's in another classroom. She's in room 102. Another person possible shot across from her. It wasn't in 102, it was 112. It was the accurate number. Chief Arredondo, okay, we have him in the room. He's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. He's in the room. He hasn't come out yet. We're surrounded, but I don't have a radio with me. Please let all units know he's going to be in a room. He's in room 111 or 112.
After listening to the actual 911 audio, the dispatch relayed that the caller was calling from room 102, and they did not know where the shooter was. That's when dispatch had to confirm with Chief Arredondo what room number the shooter was in. And the chief knew exactly where the shooter was at this time.
Uvalde County 911. We have an active shooter at Robb Elementary has an active shooter. I don't have a visual, but I could hear gunshots outside of my classroom. You could still hear gunshots inside the building and the building. I don't know. There's been a whole lot. And I've got a message from somebody that somebody is shot in another classroom. Somebody is shot in the classroom? Okay, can you tell me if it's a teacher or
Not
student?
mine, and another one.
I'm sorry, what?
Another classroom. I don't know. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, what room number? What room number? Can you tell me what room?
I'm in room 102. I'm
Okay, so it's going to be across from you?
I don't know where he's at right now. I gotta go. I can't let him hear me.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, I understand.
Okay, hurry.
Okay, ma'am.
Hurry.
Hey, this is Arredondo. Can you hear me? This is an emergency right now. I'm inside the building with this man. He has an AR-15. Is the teacher with him in the classroom?
She's in another classroom. She's in room 102. Room 102. There's another person possibly shot across from her. They're not sure.
Okay. So we have him in a room. He's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. He's in a room. He hasn't come out yet. We're surrounded, but I don't have a radio with me. Chief said all the units know He's going to be in.
Okay, the shooter's in one of the rooms. What room number, Pete?
Yes, he's going to be in room 9, 10, 11, 12. He's either in room 111 or 112.
At 11:41, PD officers are requesting confirmation on if the class was still in session. Dispatch confirms that the class should be in session right now, and that Chief Arredondo has the shooter in room 111 and 112, and is requesting SWAT by the funeral home.
Room 111 or 112. He's going to be armed with a rifle. I repeat, armed with a rifle. He's requesting for SWAT by the funeral home. Come to the building.
13 minutes in, they had the location of the shooter and confirmation that class is in session, with children inside rooms 111 and 112. At this time, parents are starting to show up at the funeral home, wondering what is happening inside. As time continues to pass, there are multiple officers located within the hallways, outside, and setting up a perimeter. The crowd of parents begins to grow. At 11:47 a.m., U.S. Border Patrol was notified and to send all available units, including Border Patrol's elite unit, known as BORTAC and BORSTAR. Unfortunately, the miscommunication continues. Different officers on scene are relaying that the chief is in the room with the shooter and that BORTAC is already on scene. This information was incorrect, likely spread by the mass chaos unfolding. Chief Arredondo was unable to confirm any of this information, as he still does not have a radio. At 11:56 a.m., units are still continuing to stand by. A UPD officer comes into the hallway, stating that the shooter is in his wife's classroom and that she has been shot.
Hey. Ruben. She said she shot Johnny.
The rest of the school continues to be evacuated, and Texas DPS air units are on scene, providing air support. At this time, dispatch received a call from a child inside the school, and the child advises that there is a school shooting. This call is less than 1 minute. This information is not shared over the radio immediately. The dispatcher is attempting to call back. And what I'm assuming the dispatch is doing here is that everyone in the school already knows there is a shooting. This information isn't pertinent and instead uses the time to call the number back, as seconds matter in the situation. And as the crowd of parents and civilians are growing larger, with radio traffic advising that the parents are showing up on the northwest side and some of them are armed, Chief Arredondo's request someone find a master key from the school official. He is saying that there are children in room 109 and a room that does not have an active threat. Arredondo continues his exploration for a master key, hyper-focused on finding one, advising that room and vacated before they do any kind of breaching. An officer suggests breaking out the windows to room 109 instead of looking for a key. Arredondo declines this. He doesn't want to make any noise that may cause the suspect to shoot again. This is the same person who denied being the incident commander. And according to the DOJ report, is quoted saying this: "Time is on our side right now. I know we got kids in there, but we got to save the lives of the other one."
Oh shit.
Have you
We're
ever
about
wanted to
hear,
get
like, a legit
$2,000 more for your
911
trade-in? Well, now you...
911 call?
Hello. Calling with the police. Are you okay? No, there's a school shooting. Okay, yes, ma'am. I have multiple units there. Are you with officers or are you barricaded somewhere? I'm in classroom number 112. 112. 112, yes, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am? Please hurt me. There's a lot of dead bodies. On the line, okay? You said you're in classroom 112? Yes, ma'am. Please seek help. I can't win. I can't do this like that. You were telling me they need to be quiet. I am. I'm telling you, because I'm out. Nobody's listening to me. I know how to handle these situations. My dad taught me when I was a little girl. Send help. One of my teachers are still alive, but they're shot. How far are y'all away? They're inside of the building, okay? You need to stay quiet, okay? They're inside the building. You just need to stay quiet.
Only parts of the 911 call were released to the media. This call actually lasted 16 minutes. And it's unclear how many 911 dispatchers were on scene at Uvalde Dispatch at 12:10 p.m. The dispatcher was in a situation where she could not hang up the line, even if it went silent. Having an open line of communication within the room is extremely beneficial. It provides an extra set of ears and allows dispatch to gather audible intelligence. The victim advises dispatch that their teacher is dead. And at 12:12 p.m., a tactical stack was forming, consisting of Texas DPS troopers, Border Patrol, and a UCSO deputy at the south doorway. Chief Arredondo approached these officers and told them that they need to hold, so room 109 can be evacuated first, thus furthering the wait time. And just 1 minute later, BORTAC commander arrives on scene through the northwest door. They are being debriefed on what is happening inside rooms 111 and 112. Constable Zamora approaches these units and advises them that there should be no entry until Arredondo gives permission, thus furthering the notion that Arredondo is the incident commander. They also relay that amongst the surviving teacher are 8 or 9 children. Dispatch is unsure of the number of wounded and advise that the information is coming from a student inside the classroom. The child continues to plead for dispatch to please hurry and state that their teacher is about to die. And outside the northwest entrance, one officer stresses to UPD Chief Pargas that the room is full of victims.
Full of victims. Child called 911 saying the room is full of victims. What? The room is full of victims. Child 911. Child 911 call. Okay. You wanna start getting kids out? I can start jumping. Hold on. Let me get. We're in here. Screaming. Fuck, man. Screaming.
Hey, who's in charge of task? Y'all need bangs.
We got gas?
They're bringing gas and bangs.
We got victims in there. There's victims in the room with him?
A child on the phone, multiple victims.
A child just called if they have victims in there. Call 911.
And at this time, a set of keys is acquired and Chief Arredondo tries them on room 109, and they fail to work. Texas DPS advises that BORTAC is going in, but Chief Arredondo is adamant on securing room 109 first.
Why?
Texas DPS relays his info to BORTAC, and they continue to stand by, at the orders of Incident Commander Arredondo. Dispatch is still on the phone with the child, and asks the child to stay quiet, but the child says their teacher will not stay quiet. And the child asks if there is anyone outside the doors, and the dispatcher continues to reassure them that they are getting officers there, not knowing it would still be 30 more minutes until officers made entry. Still on the line, the child continues to speak to dispatch, and dispatch is advising them to stay quiet. Someone else is inside the room heard stating that they need to come immediately. With one dispatcher being on the line, this means, theoretically, that one out of the 2 dispatchers is occupied, meaning that there is only one dispatcher handling the rest of the 911 calls, radio traffic, and phone calls coming into the dispatch center. And at 12:19 p.m., BORTAC commander is requesting the lock status on rooms 111 and 112. As the misinformation continues to spread, the room is presumed locked. Dispatch continues to talk to the child, with another child getting on the phone. Dispatch asks their name, but it is unclear. The dispatcher reiterates that officers are there and that the children should not open the door unless they are advised to do so by dispatch. And this is an awful scenario. As the dispatcher, you have complete control of the caller. If you tell them to stay put, there is a risk of them being located and possibly killed. But if you tell them to run, there is another risk of them being located and shot as well. There is no good advice, especially when talking to a child. The dispatchers did the best thing they could, given the situation they were in. And at 12:21 p.m., 4 more shots rang off, with the child still on the line with 911.
Tool. Hey, can you go get a breaching tool? I know. Cover. What do you say? Just communicate. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
No, that's your melody. Be careful, guys. Go ahead. That's your melody.
Yeah, just in case.
Hey, hold the channel!
Chief Arredondo decided to break out the windows to room 109 and get the children out. Units, along with Bortak, are assembling outside of the classroom, and they hear faint cries coming from within, and Chief Arredondo still attempts to make contact with the suspect. As the minutes pass by, an officer inside the hallway asks if there are children inside with the shooter, and Chief Arredondo confirms that there is. Time is still passing by. The officers outside are establishing a layout of the classroom, confirming that these rooms are in fact joined. Bortak commander is made aware of this information. And at 12:26 p.m., Chief Arredondo is on the phone, explaining that they are trying to preserve the rest of the lives first, as his reasoning for evacuation and not making entry to classrooms 111 and 112.
My first thought is that we need to vacate. We haven't contained, and I know this is horrible. And I know this is what our training tells us to do, but we haven't contained. There's probably gonna be some deceased in there, but we don't need any more from out here. So I called out and I said, "Get these kids out." Whatever I told them, bust those windows, get them out.
Room 109 has now been evacuated, along with the west side of the building, with the exception of rooms 111 and 112. And as the officers are discussing entry, the child is still on the phone with 911. And 1 minute later, Chief Arredondo gives the go-ahead to make entry into these classrooms. He begins to iterate that they're probably locked, and his search for more keys continues. And 1 minute later, the 911 call drops. And at 12:35 p.m., Bortak retrieves a Halligan breaching tool, and Texas Ranger 1 enters the hallway with a set of keys. They are able to open multiple doors and are deemed master keys. As additional Bortak units arrive on scene, they began discussing the situation and other means of attack. As the minutes pass by, there is still mass confusion on the confirmation of the lock status to classrooms 111 and 112. And at 12:43, a shield is passed down the hallway near rooms 111 and 112, and Chief Arredondo states that the door, I bet you, was unlocked. This comes after reiterating the need to find keys in the first place. And at 12:46 p.m., the keys are used to open room 111. The entry team is made up of 6 personnel, 3 Bortak operators, 1 Borstal operator, and 2 deputies with the Uvalde County SO and Zavala County. The Bortak commander, who is the leader of this team, not only directionally, but physically. He puts himself in the front of the stack with the rifle shield. The unit makes entry, but the door cannot stay open and is slowly closing. One of the units holds the door open while Bortak makes their way inside. Inside room 111 is the first tack of Bortak operators, and at this moment, everything went silent.
He might have climbed up in the ceiling. There's that helicopter looking up there. Oh my God, please. Sorry, Chief.
Complete surround around the top. I don't know what's like that. I don't know what's going on. The door's open, but I don't want this motherfucker to climb up the roof and go out somewhere. We get complete. I'm sure we're completely surrounded, but I just want to double check. Okay.
Holy shit, is this thing ever gonna end, bruh?
opens fire.
There's literally a million of you just breach already.
And began escorting. From the initial time of attack, it took responding officers 1 hour and 14 minutes to breach the door. And following the aftermath of the shooting at Robb Elementary, the FBI, Texas Rangers, and other officials began their investigation procedures. The Texas DPS coordinator described this incident as an abject failure. Chief Pete Arredondo was terminated for his lack of response efforts, along with multiple officers who arrived on scene first, with investigations still underway. And in February of 2024, DPS director testified before a Uvalde grand jury of consideration of bringing criminal charges against the law enforcement officers who failed to appropriately respond to the Robb Elementary shooting. And just 1 month later, in March 2024, an investigation requested by the city of Uvalde cleared all Uvalde police officers of wrongdoing. And less than a week after this information was made public, Acting Chief Daniel Rodriguez resigned. And as the days, weeks, and months passed by, misinformation continued to spread, which is why I'm only basing the incident timeline solely on what was released by the Department of Justice in January of 2024. And according to this document, the dispatchers on duty were not given a coordinated effort for mental health services. On page 297 and 298, it states this: there was no coordinated effort to reach out to the dispatch/communications personnel who responded to the Robb Elementary shooting to provide services and support. The dispatchers took calls, including from children trapped with the shooter, and dispatched and coordinated efforts via the police radio and cell phones. There should have been a follow-up on their health and wellness. The responsibilities of dispatch and communications personnel are critical to the successful conclusion of an incident, as seen at Robb Elementary. Dispatchers who listened to and tried to comfort children who were afraid of dying experienced severe stress and are in elevated risk of developing a mental health concern as a result. Although rarely exposed to direct danger, dispatchers are exposed to several intense stressors, such as dealing with multiple, sometimes simultaneous calls, having to make time-pressured, life and death decisions.
High key sucks. This is not real, bro.
Wow.
Why would you do this?
Hey, my bowl. Wait, what the f are you doing? And why is this on YouTube? Today we're going to talk about a topic which made me so angry that I'm not even gonna do an intro. Instead, I'll have my cat P2 do it. Alright, now that I've used the vulnerable cuteness of my pet cat to attract all of you guys' attention, there has always been something so sinister and inhumane about people nefariously using animals for personal gain, which we as a human species are seemingly best at. Don't believe me? Just watch this 3-minute video which has earned an estimate of $800,000. And it's a video where some douchebag just puts like these innocent pet animals in a small plastic egg I couldn't even fit my hand in.
Wow.
Bro.
Now, imagine 5 ducklings being pressed together in just one of those eggs. Well, you don't have to, because he does that right here. He has like an entire SeaWorld aquarium worth of fish smushed together in these eggs, but then drops them into a pool that is somehow even more shallow to swim in than the claustrophobic prison eggs he was first keeping them in. Please help me, it's driving me insane. This goldfish is barely able to submerge in the pool. You can clearly see it struggling to move and breathe. What? didn't want to invest the extra $1 to use one more bucket of water to at least prevent these fish from experiencing suffocation. Oh wait, no, they were already suffocating in the eggs you didn't even bother drilling an air hole in. Because unbeknownst to some, just like me, after an entire day of filling my room with carbon dioxide while being chronically online, fish also need fresh air so that they can extract oxygen out of the water they swim in. And if that's not bad enough, he just dumps these 5 ducklings in between all of the barely submerged sea creatures, so they obviously try to eat the fish, as well as poop everywhere, and there's not nearly enough space in this water for these fish to prevent duck shit being smeared all over them. A viewer actually sent me this video a while ago, and the first time I watched it, I remember it had been a long time since I felt both as physically angry and repulsed watching a video on YouTube. Not just because of what was going on in the video itself, although that's already bad enough. What really tipped me over the edge was seeing that this got 172 million views and was uploaded to YouTube Kids, which is supposed to be a highly regulated version of YouTube with strong enforcement when it comes to content safety. I doubt that a close to 200 million viewed video with 455,000 dislikes has never been reported before. In fact, I've reported the video on 5 separate accounts over the past month, yet it's still on YouTube Kids. Because nothing has happened.
Why?
But so knowing that the person behind this channel had generated the equivalent of a 1-bedroom apartment in the middle of Manhattan in Adder Avenue, just from a 3-minute video of him suffocating some fish and ham-fisting 5 ducklings into a plastic Kinder Egg and got away with it on a more strict and... I had a hunch that this was just the tip of an iceberg of issues I didn't want to investigate, but had to since I have too much self-respect to see an animal be abused and look the other way. And after a month of research, I'm glad I didn't look the other way, because I was right. That video was just the tip of the iceberg. The social media animal abuse iceberg. Yep, social media animal abuse has gotten so bad that I've had to make an iceberg on it. If that surprises you, it also surprised me, yet here we are. Now, even though I think all forms of animal abuse are bad, I had to create this iceberg because there is a clear distinction in between every level, and the deeper we go, either the more extreme, secretive, or inhumane the abuse gets. And the more I hope the channels I talk about get permanently banned. If you have a keen eye, you might have noticed that I also colored the iceberg red. This was done for 2 reasons. Because screw you, global warming, stop turning my iceberg into lava. And because red is the color of anger, the predominant emotion I felt throughout making this entire video. Anyways, let's start with the iceberg. Your iceberg from their innocence after watching this entire video. Level 1 of the iceberg is probably known to some of you because it's pretty popular these days and has been plaguing the surface of social media for years. And that is unusual, exotic and wild animal clout influencers. These are creators who use undomesticated, exotic or wild animals for views and in the process will often abuse them.
But Freddy really doesn't want me to hold him. He really doesn't like the grass either. I think it might be a little bit too cold for him. This is why we wanted to wear your coat. Hey, just relax.
Because, well, how do you capitalize on your average cat and dog if there are already more silly cat and dog videos on the internet than there are atoms in the observable universe? The answer is you don't. Instead, you buy a wild or exotic animal like a capybara, illegally ship them across the border, and then force them into princess clothing, put a ring on that thing, and treat them so well that every time they do appear in one of your TikToks, they tend to uncomfortably pin themselves against the wall as far away from you as possible. And then, you'll earn hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars in views. Unrelated to this extremely specific example, this is Kyle Thomas, one of the most followed and richest influencers.
29K per post
in the UK, and he got to that point through the constant uploading of wild and exotic animal TikToks.
And right here we have my pet Brazilian striped knee tarantula. Right here we have my pet tree frog. His name is Pog. This is one of my 2 pet sugar gliders. My 2 pet monkeys. Mini zoo, make sure to like for a part 2.
Which as expected earned him a ton of money, as well as a ton of controversy. From mistreating them for views.
Psych, just kidding, my new catchphrase is, I don't give a fuck!
Despite appearances, tarantulas are actually very fragile, and the fall from just a few inches could injure a tarantula's sensitive abdomen and even prove fatal, even when falling on top of a soft surface. To purchasing land to build an exotic sanctuary / zoo.
I'm building my very own zoo, and I've just bought the land to put it on.
Just to end up selling the area again and then stuffing all of the animals he was gonna put there in his backyard shed. The controversy which infuriated me the most was with his capybara that I mentioned earlier, which he and his mom did illegally smuggle across the border from England to Northern Ireland and just milked millions and millions of TikTok views out of, because it's just so cute and definitely doesn't look extremely distressed in every
Bro, that capybara looks like it hates its fucking life, bro.
single one of his
If I had to live with this fucking queer
TikToks.
Me too.
You know what they say, what doesn't kill you might make you TikTok famous. Except in this case, the capybara fucking died 2 weeks later. Yeah, which is
It died?
Heartbreaking, because that's what happens when you buy a wild animal without being able to take proper care of them. But since it can make you social media rich, there are many creators like Kyle Thomas. Another example is Sammy Grant, because she got caught using her TikTok exotic animal petting zoo as a front to advertise her breeding and selling of exotic animals. Because for every TikToker buying wild animals for views, there are hundreds of viewers who watch those TikToks and think to themselves, "Aww, that's so cute. Can I have a wild, untamed feral fennec fox, please?" To then buy one and get completely ripped to shreds because in reality they don't like being pet, cuddled, or handled by their owners. And Cammy tries to hide behind the excuse of trying to educate her viewers on how the animals she shows in her TikToks are wild and aggressive and shouldn't just be bought, while simultaneously showing the cutest footage she has of that animal and selling them on her website.
Let's talk about everyone's favorite animal, the fennec fox. Fennec foxes get around 2 to 3 pounds. They do not get big at all. Wise, these guys are very destructive. They will rip holes in your couches, they rip blankets, they love ripping up their toys, they will definitely dig holes in your wall.
This fucking thing hates its life. You can see it in its eyes. It fucking hates its life.
They are very, very hyper. They keep going and keep going. They always run around. I barely see them sleep. If they do sleep, they only sleep for about 10 minutes and they go back to being hyper. Also, do not recommend these guys as pets.
This little guy's name is Pitou, also known as the average house cat. Don't let this lazy sack of cute potatoes fool you though. At just a touch, he'll bite your arm off, light it on fire with its laser eyes, and do a ritualistic dance around its charred remains to offer your soul to Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos. Who's a little murderous maniac? You are. If you want to buy one, you can do so on my website. Don't do it though. Don't you do it. Also, please don't buy any of our zebras, camels, kangaroos or wallabies, reindeer, sugar gliders, hedgehogs, fennec foxes, horses or donkeys, or sulcata tortoises. 3 of these types of animals are either vulnerable, endangered, or close to extinction, by the way. But hey, after being exposed for using her exotic petting zoo as a front to breed and sell exotic animals, you can't buy anything on it anymore. Unless if you just use their contact us button, then you can just be a moron who can't even spell the names of the animals correctly, but they'll still offer to sell you some anyway. So she's still breeding and selling wild animals, just with one extra step of having to press this chat button. And she's also planning to use her animals as an attraction for her new Airbnb.
So a lot of you guys have been asking about our overnight safari experience where you guys get to stay the night with all of my animals. We will actually be opening up next spring in 2024. So here are the cages. We will be having all different types of exotic animals. So this big cage will actually be the monkey and lemur cage, and you guys will get to see this right through your very own window in one of the rooms that you guys stay. So you guys will get to see the lemurs run, jump, and play constantly.
Those endangered ringtail lemurs are going to love families with kids screaming at them. 301,000. Papa, Papa, I made the monkey freak out. Well, not now, Timmy. Daddy's busy with emptying your college savings account.
Yeah, college.
Because you had to break that Airbnb glass, and now our cleaning bill will force us to get a third mortgage on the house. Thanks, Timmy. No college? But I'm 18. I was gonna go next year. Yeah, I know. 302,000. So yeah, this entire TikTok trend is just popularizing owning wild and exotic animals as pets, which is boosting the demand of illegal wild and exotic animal trade. And I'm not saying that this is directly the influencer's fault. I mean, that would be insane. Because Cammy herself breeds and sells these animals for profit. But yeah, they're clearly glorifying owning wild animals more so for views and personal gain than they do so to educate their audience. There are many more of these influencers. A friend of mine, Shira on the Wall, actually made a very in-depth video about these exotic animal TikTokers and in much more detail. I highly recommend checking.
Why would you want anything except like a dog or a cat? I think, honestly, even like a snake is a weird pet. Be real. Who wants a fucking giant long muscle that can unhinge its jaw and fucking eat mice? I don't. I want a cute cat that'll curl up in my lap and purr, you know? And something that's, you know, meant to be domesticated. Not a python, or a lemur, or a fox, or a wolf, or a raccoon. I guess. Okay. If I was to have an exotic pet, it'd be like a tanuki or a raccoon. They're not that different from like dogs and cats. You could technically say that about foxes too, but I mean like they are. People have pet raccoons.
It out after.
In the following states: Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Nebraska, New Jersey, Ohio, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, South Carolina. In free game, it's in Utah, it's free game. Let's go. I'm getting a pet raccoon. Probably not. Probably not, honestly. I'll probably just get like a Maine Coon cat. I swear Google listens. See, look, it's kind of like a raccoon, but it's not. It's a cat. Maybe we'll just get a normal tabby. You know. Yeah, or a black cat. I really like black cats. Look at him, he's so cute. He's so cute. I fucking love cats, dude. They're so adorable. He's so cute. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes, so big. Because his brain is so small. Eyes so big, brain so small. No thoughts behind those big eyes. Not a single thought going on in that head. Behind those big eyes. Eyes so big, brain so small. No ideas, no thoughts. Only routine. Anyway. I really like black cats. Yeah, but just buy like a cat or something. Fucking weirdo. Why would you want anything else?
First finishing my video. I'll leave a link in the description because I want to talk about the next level of the iceberg in much more detail, since those haven't been addressed by other creators. Like from level 2 and onwards, the creators behind each channel are irredeemable pieces of shit. Should have their channels instantly banned, all of their possessions taken away, and put on an animal abuse registry. After hearing all that, you're probably not surprised to hear that level 2 is called the short animal kids content, which definitely isn't foreshadowing a deeper level called long animals kids content. Now, with short animals kids content, I'm not referring to those cute pet compilation videos. Many of those are actually wholesome, so those are fine. No, what I'm referring to are channels, like, remember those Squid Game hamster channels from a few years ago?
Oh shit.
Player 101 eliminated.
Which got exposed for their extremely abusive behavior, forcing hamsters through dangerous obstacle courses even though they were clearly distressed.
Which this hamster was falling is pretty high for a hamster. It was it looked like a foot to 2 feet, which for a tiny little hamster is a large drop.
And after outrage and thousands of reports, YouTube did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. In fact, now, would you be shocked if I told you that this has gotten worse? Like, at least 100 times worse? Like, now we kill our animals and feed them poison on camera while advertising all of this to kids. Worse? But yes? Oh, well, don't be. Because that's exactly what Animal HT does. You might recognize the channel from the content that I showed at the start of this video, and even though that was already quite extreme, that was actually one of their less abusive pieces of content, because Animal HT commits a wide variety of animal cruelty on both YouTube Kids and regular YouTube. For example, you know, those egg opening videos, which they have many of, and if they're not opening plastic eggs with animals trapped inside, they often make their baby monkey open chocolate Kinder eggs, which they then feed to their baby monkey, their duckling, and their puppy.
Yummy.
They're feeding chocolate to their baby monkey, duckling, and puppy.
Yummy.
I don't think we need to like discuss why that's bad.
Oh my god. Now I probably don't have to explain just how lethal the theobromine and caffeine that's in chocolate is for dogs. But what you might not know is that that's also lethal for most other animals, including ducklings and baby monkeys. Yet, you still have people defending them in the comments? How is this dog actually eating chocolate? Dogs are not allowed to eat chocolate, they might die. You must be careful. And someone responded with, "It could be a different breed." Oh, it could just be a different breed. Yeah, of course, it must be one of those chocolate immune dogs that they invented yesterday. And not only do they feed all of these animals literal poison on a weekly basis, but they also feed them sodas such as Coca-Cola, which I couldn't even get an official result using Google, probably because no one alive is stupid enough to even contemplate giving their baby monkey a highly caffeinated sugared soda. Except for the creators behind this content, of course. As a last resort, I had to ask ChatGPT, which said the following. Coca-Cola contains ingredients that can be harmful to their health, including caffeine. This can cause restlessness, increased heart rate, and other health issues in baby monkeys. Sugar. High sugar content can lead to dental problems, obesity, and diabetes. Acidic nature. The acidity of Coca-Cola can damage their stomach lining and overall digestive health. Baby monkeys require a diet appropriate for their species, which typically includes mother's milk or formulated milk, and as they grow they can start to eat a variety of fruits, vegetables, and other foods suitable for their species. And I doubt that the other suitable foods include candy, ice cream, popcorn, pizza, M&Ms, and hey, we might not be allowed to give them Coca-Cola, chocolate, or candy. So how about we do all three in the same video? This amount of sugar almost guarantees that this baby monkey already has or will get diabetes. And it's not just the either unhealthy or poisonous food they're constantly feeding these animals in their videos to attract more kids. It's also just what they're forcing these animals to do, such as them surrounding their ducklings with crabs, then force their baby monkey Bonbon to rescue the duckling, and I'm pretty sure they just straight up killed all of the crabs. And by rescuing, I mean have their monkey Bonbon grab the duckling by its beak and then run away from a giant, badly CGI'd crab carrying the duckling by its neck. Or this one scene where they wanted to fake this little duckling being born out of an egg. Of course they didn't want to go through the actual effort or time of filming a duckling being born, because then they'd miss out on an opportunity to commit animal abuse, which is clearly their passion in life.
What?
So what they did was, well, they grabbed some eggshell and they rammed this duckling's beak through it. And there are so many more scenes like this that I just don't want to expose you guys to. Except for one, which still haunts me. And the only reason I'm showing you this is to show you just how horribly inhumane and evil this channel gets. Which is this scene where they have their monkey Bonbon lay in bed and it's sleeping, and on the surface it's so cute. Until you see just how unresponsive Bonbon is. They grab its head. Bonbon doesn't respond in the slightest. And eventually you see them do a close-up of Bonbon's eyes drifting hazily away, and suddenly you realize, oh my god, they completely drugged this monkey just for this one scene. Which is just... I'm sorry. YouTube, I'm sorry. I know that they've made you tons of money with their estimated revenue of $13 to $36 million. So I know that you don't want to press the ban button, but when a creator poisons, abuses, and drugs animals in front of kids, I don't think that there is a single excuse you can hide behind for not banning them. But if you do end up banning...
Pokemon, I guess that's not YouTube. Yeah, it's not YouTube, so whatever. Okay. People get banned off YouTube for shitty reasons all the time. Why isn't this channel banned? There's no excuse. In the slightest.
them, don't forget about the 19 other channels that are doing the exact same thing, but on level 3. Long animal kids content, parentheses movies. Because you know what's worse than 3-minute, 20-second videos of unadulterated animal abuse? A total of over 10 hours of it every single day over the span of 19 different channels owned by 2 different networks, who are abusing at least 2 baby monkeys among other animals to achieve all of this. So now on top of all of the previous mentioned abuse, now you also have overworking them, and you're raking in millions of dollars while doing it. And Animal HD is at the head of one of these 2 networks, which I noticed after having watched countless of their short 3 to 4 minute videos. But then I started looking at their more recent 1 hour plus videos. They upload every few days. And luckily I don't need to go into these 1 hour plus videos themselves, because they're the same as the shorter ones, except worse, because now the visible abuse spans over more than an hour at a time. So because of having watched so much of their content, I guess YouTube thought I was raving over this monkey getting exploited and treated like absolute shit. And so they started to recommend me some other channels. A whole lot of other channels. And I found out which networks they belong to. Now I could make this long drawn out sequence of how I cross-referenced all of these channels I found, checked every publicly linked email, every business reference in the description, and then used LinkedIn to track possible linked organizations, every tag used on their videos, the similar look of both the video environments and animals. But I don't want to, because fuck these channels, I just want to show who they're allegedly tied to. Allegedly. These channels all allegedly belong to Animal HD, which I did try to reach out to get more information, but sadly they never responded. And these channels all allegedly belong to the Kudo network, which is part of Future Media, a Vietnamese media company, and as you can see on their webpage, they feature most of these channels on there. And I don't know if this is just a translation error from Vietnamese to English, but I find it insane that their About Us page literally states, "Our products mainly exploit content on YouTube." They're not hiding anything. I can't imagine the horrific torture every single one of these animals had to go through to even be able to obediently work tens of hours a week. And then also see them get abused for every daily upload? Well, that shit just makes me fucking angry. YouTube, please do something about this, because right now, I'm almost ashamed of the fact that I work for you. Anyway, fuck every single one of these channels. I hope the people that are knowingly abusing these animals never find happiness in life. If I could, I'd lock them up for the rest of their pitiful lives. But if I were YouTube, I'd give them $1 million. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'd give them $5 million. You've probably noticed that I am pretty worked up right now, and, you know, I gotta continue this video. So, to calm down, I've heard that the best way is to watch cute kitten videos. So let's check out this one. Huh. Okay. Yeah, biting the cat's ear again. Okay, I think you're actually hurting the kitten. Again? Is this all you upload, you biting the ear of your kitten? They're clearly in pain. How many videos of this do you have? Jesus Christ. I guess this is level 4, secret cute animal abuse. Yeah, so while on levels 2 and 3, most teenagers and adults would notice how cruel the content is just from a single video, on level 4 the abuse seems to go unnoticed, with barely any dislikes. And maybe it's because these creators mainly upload YouTube shorts, so you might have like one of them pop up in your feed every few weeks, instead of watching one Animal HD video and have YouTube instantly think that you're some sociopath who now wants to watch nothing else. I mean, with such little exposure, I can't blame people that a 10-second short where a silly lady nibbles the ear of a kitten might seem cute. But if you go to this channel called Meow and Sunny and scroll through all of their 355 shorts, statistically 80% is not her softly nibbling the kitten's ear, but painfully biting it. And once you notice that, you also realize just how uncomfortable the kitten gets with every single upload. And 206 more shorts if you count her second channel, Old Man 442. But once the bubble is burst, do you see just how miserable this cute and innocent kitten is? This looks like a well-nurtured and joyful kitten. This, however, looks like
that kitten hates its fucking life. You can just tell. Like, it's fucking, like, given up.
My parents, when they first found out that their son is now a full-time YouTuber. I'm pretty sure that's like a literal form of torture. And I don't think content like that is acceptable. Neither is this guy who uploads cute rabbit videos where every few days he'll upload one of, I don't know, him breaking off overgrown rabbit teeth with pliers. Or him luring rabbits into a scary trap for views.
What?
I want to state that I don't think that level 4 is necessarily worse than 2 and 3. They're all awful in their own way. The reason that one is lower than the other in the iceberg is because level 4 is more obscure and because it seems as if very few people actually notice the abuse here, although I think everyone would notice it in level 5. The X/Instagram gutter. This level is so foul, so horrific and disgusting that I'm literally not allowed nor want to show you any footage of it. This will also be the only time that I call a Twitter X, just because it has unsurprisingly gotten way worse after Elon took over. This is mostly very graphic content that just isn't allowed on YouTube. Some might know what I'm talking about just by me saying the word Blender. If you do, then I'm sorry that you had to witness that. I really don't want to go deeper into this. The only reason that I bring up this level is 1, to finish the iceberg, and 2, to prove a point just how disturbing it is that for animal abuse to be banned on YouTube, your content has to be at least the animal equivalent of a Saw movie. That's a social media animal abuse iceberg. I know I kind of forgot to write jokes for this video, but I just didn't feel comfortable adding too many silly skits and comedy in a video about a topic as serious as animal abuse. So instead of giving you the occasional badly timed joke throughout this video, I will give you the satisfying opportunity of reporting every channel I talked about in this video from level 2 and on. I'll put all of the links in a Google Doc and share it in the description.
Color coordinated flower bed.
Okay. What is this?
Send the police!
What's the problem there?
The chip killed my...
Alright, YouTube. Listen to me right now. If I get banned for those comments, I'm never returning to your platform ever again. Never again. Because then I know what kind of people you protect. Alright?
My
February 16th, 2009. A day that would end in
in blood, violence, and tragedy. Sandra Harold would not leave her friend of nearly 30 years' house the same. Instead, she would leave the night brutally attacked and her face completely mangled, her hands mutilated and her nose hanging by a thread, barely alive. An attack so brutal that the hospital staff that treated her wounds had to seek counseling after doing so. The animal responsible for this attack was a chimpanzee named Travis. Hey everyone, it's Wowman. Don't forget to subscribe, and in today's video we are going to be covering the disturbing true crime story on the case of Travis the chimpanzee. And what really drove me back to this disturbing true crime story that happened around 13 years ago is that the attack
Why
was
is his fucking camera shaking?
heavily referenced in the most recent Jordan Peele movie, Nope. Now, I don't want to spoil too much in case you haven't seen the movie, but there is a lot of inspiration that is drawn from this 2009 attack. Now, to truly uncover why the chimpanzee attacked a woman so ferociously after being a well-trained pet for 14 years, we need to dive back into the past. Travis was born near Festus, Missouri on October 21st, 1995. Travis was born into a chimpanzee sanctuary, and only a few days after he was born, Sandra and Jerome Harold purchased him for $50,000, subsequently taking him from his mother and making them the adopted parents. His mother would never know what happened to Travis, as she was fatally shot a few years later, following an escape attempt from the compound. Travis had an entirely new life now, being owned by the Harolds, and he would never know about his chimpanzee roots.
Why the fuck would you want chimpanzee? Let's be real, okay? I know Michael Jackson had a chimp. Bubbles is still alive? Whoa, that's crazy. But yeah, this is Michael Jackson's chimp Bubbles. Yeah, I know Michael Jackson had a chimp. Okay, but why would you actually want a chimp, bro? They're so scary.
As he would be raised within a human society and not with other chimpanzees. As the years went on, Travis grew more intelligent due to the Harolds' intensive training of the chimp. Travis was able to do things that no other chimp had been seen to do before. Travis would reportedly open doors using keys, dress himself, water plants, feed hay to his owner's horses, and eat at the table with the rest of the family, and he would even drink wine from a stemmed glass, so he was very classy. And it was very evident that Travis had adapted to life among humans and had completely forgotten about his chimpanzee roots. And something that I found really interesting is that Travis even learned the ice cream truck schedule, so he would be waiting for the ice cream truck outside of the house before it would even come. So it's pretty impressive, all the things that Travis was able to learn while he was being raised by humans. Travis enjoyed watching baseball on television, logging onto the computer to look at pictures. He brushed his own teeth, and quite shockingly, he even drove a car on several occasions. I'm not sure whose idea it was to put a chimpanzee behind the wheel, although it does seem like a very terrible idea. And as the years went on, Travis actually became an animal actor due to his exceptional behavior and his intelligence, appearing in a Coca-Cola commercial as well as television programs such as The Mary Povich Show and The Man Show. And in his free time, Travis would even regularly wrestle with the neighbor. He would always ensure to watch his strength, and the neighbor was actually never hurt in any of the wrestling encounters. With all this considered, no one would expect this chimp to even hurt a fly, much less threaten to end a life. But on October 2003, the first sign of the chimp proving to be dangerous showed its ugly head. Travis and his adopted father, Harold, were on a drive and things were going well. Both Travis and Harold were enjoying the relaxing drive as they listened to music and both enjoyed the day. That is until a car passing by threw an empty soda can at Travis. And this angered Travis so much to the point that Travis jumped out of the moving car to pursue the individual. After seeing an angry chimpanzee running at them at roughly 25 miles per hour, the person fled the scene as fast as they could. With Harold still in the car, Travis was screaming at the opposing car as it grew smaller and smaller. However, this did occur in a very busy intersection, and groups of cars all witnessed this entire incident, all coming to a...
Hey man, he stands on business, bro. Travis the chimp was no bitch. The first day you let somebody walk all over you is the day you become a bitch, and Travis the chimp was not a bitch. That is actually respectable. W Travis for that.
A halt as Travis was blocking the entire intersection. Police soon arrived and attempted to lure Travis back into Harold's car with some of Travis's favorite snacks. But every time that Travis would hop back into his owner's car, he would immediately hop back out as soon as he would finish eating the snack. So it was kind of like a cycle. He would hop in, and then once he finished, he would just hop out, and this went on for a few hours. Travis would not go into the car and was even chasing officers around if they got too close to him. And as stated before, this went on for several hours as Travis grew more aggravated with each attempt at restraining him. Although luckily Travis was growing more tired as well, and authorities were finally able to get Travis back into the car by tranquilizing him as a last resort. The entire incident left a sour taste in the public eye. Travis had proven to have unpredictable outbursts, holding up traffic for hours and chasing officers. This incident led to the passing of a Connecticut law prohibiting people from keeping primates weighing more than 50 pounds as pets, requiring owners to apply for permits. This new law did take effect in 2009, 2 years after the traffic incident. However, by then, Travis would already be dead. February 16th, 2009. 6 years after the traffic incident. Harold, Sandra's husband, and Travis's owner had passed away a few years prior, leaving Sandra as Travis's sole owner/caretaker. And Sandra's friend Charla Nash had known Sandra for around 30 years and was present when Sandra had adopted Travis. So Sandra has known Travis since they brought him in when he was only a few days old. And now Travis is around 14 years old, and Charla has known him ever since he was a little tiny baby. Still, although Sandra and Charla were close, Charla has always been frightened of the chimpanzee, stating that he always made her uncomfortable. Having a 200-pound chimp in the house was something that she did not like at all. Regardless, Sandra was her friend, and this did not taint their friendship in any way. Charla would even on occasion feed Travis and look after him if Sandra needed her to. But one day something happened to Travis that set him off, similar to what happened at the intersection those few years ago. Travis was in a rage out of nowhere and grabbed Sandra's car keys and walked out of the front door. However, Sandra rushed to the phone and asked Charla to come over because she couldn't control Travis and she didn't know who else to call. Charla Nash subsequently arrived at the scene and witnessed Sandra trying to pull Travis back into the house. But upon seeing Charla step out of the car, his rage was now directed at her. And Charla Nash was holding one of Travis's favorite toys, a Tickle Me Elmo.
There's no excuse for this one. Yeah. Okay. There's no excuse for this one, Travis. You're not an OG for this one.
Travis flew into an even stronger rage and launched himself at Charla, pinning Charla on the ground and repeatedly beating her with his 200-pound strength, ripping chunks of her flesh off her face. The chimp would not stop. Sandra was left crying, watching as the chimp she loved attack her best friend. Sandra called the police and begged them to come as quickly as they could.
Is the monkey still by your friend, or can you get close to your friend?
He's eating her. Please, God, oh please.
Okay, I need you to calm down for me. I know it's hard, okay? I know it's hard. But they're going as fast as they can your way, okay?
Oh my God, please hurry.
But as she was waiting, Sandra actually did attempt to stop Travis. As Travis was ripping Charla's fingers and nose off, Sandra hit Travis in the back of the head with a metal shovel. But this had no effect. In fact, Travis continued to mutilate Charla Nash, screaming in a fit of rage.
Stop, criminal.
What's the
Send
problem?
the police. Send the police.
What's the problem there?
So Sandra grabbed a butcher knife and stabbed Travis in the back as hard as she could.
Shoot him, please. I tried stabbing him, and he's hurt now too. So he's gonna attack anybody. I can't get out of this car.
Sandra would even later say that, quote, "For me to do something like that, put a knife in him, was like putting one in myself." The chimp turned around, she said, as if to say, "Mom, what did you do?" A chimp she loved and raised for 16 years was tearing her friend apart, leaving Sandra to wonder, how could it all have come to this? When authorities arrived, Travis left Charla's body and headed towards the police car. He tried to open a locked passenger door and smashed a side view mirror. Then he went around to the driver's side door and opened it, at which point Officer Frank Chiafari shot him 4 times with his service pistol. But after the 4 gunshot wounds, Travis was still alive. Surviving 4 close-range pistol shots to his body, he fled. However, the priority wasn't killing the chimp. It was saving Charla Nash. A medical team rushed Charla's brutally mangled body into the ambulance, while police stayed behind to neutralize the vicious chimp. Travis had left behind a blood trail from the gunshot wounds that had injured him, leading officers to exactly where he was. They found Travis inside of the home next to his cage, where he had died from blood loss. Travis was dead, but the damage he caused was still very much alive. Back at the hospital, doctors underwent intensive surgery on Charla Nash's body. Charla was brought in extremely poor condition, and it was a possibility that she may not survive due to the extremities of her injuries. But after 72 hours, Charla was finally stable. She had survived. However, the severity of Nash's conditions when she was brought in was so intense that the hospital had to provide counseling to its staff members who initially treated her. Paramedics noted that she had lost her hands, nose, eyes, lips, and mid-face bone structure, and had received significant brain tissue injuries. One of the doctors had even said that her hands had looked like they were stuck in a meat grinder. Another saying that when she was brought in, her nose was dangling by a single thread. Doctors reattached her jaw, but announced on April 7th, 2009, that Nash would be blind for life. Her eyeballs had to be taken out of their sockets because of the damage that they had experienced during the attack, and her hands were gone as well, leaving behind only one finger on her left arm. Her injuries made her a possible candidate for an experimental face transplant surgery. Her family subsequently started a trust fund to pay for the insane amount of medical bills and to support her daughter as well. Charla Nash revealed her damaged face in public for the first time on the Oprah Winfrey Show on November 11th, 2009, only a few months after the attack. She was not at the time in physical pain from the attack, and family members even said that she hoped to leave the Cleveland clinic soon after the interview. And Charla Nash is actually still alive to this day and is trying to send a message about the dangers of having an exotic animal like a chimpanzee in your home. However, as for Sandra Harold, the owner of Travis, her story ended very differently. On May 24th, 2010, 15 months after the attack, Sandra Harold died suddenly of a ruptured aneurysm at the age of 72. Her attorney Robert Golger released the following statement. Mrs. Harold had suffered a series of heartbreaking losses over the last several years, beginning with the death of her first and only daughter, who was killed in a car accident, then her husband, then her beloved chimp Travis, as well as the tragic maiming of a friend and employee, Charla Nash. In the end, her heart, which had been broken so many times before, could take no more. And to this day, it is still unknown what exactly drove Travis to that point of anger that caused him to harm a woman who he would never think of hurting before. But there actually may be an answer to that question. After an autopsy of Travis's body, morticians found traces of Xanax that were found laced on Travis's teeth.
It makes sense, man. Honestly, it does. If you have an aggressive chimp, if you have an aggressive animal like a chimp in your household, I think it makes sense to keep him hopped up all the time. Maybe not on Xanax, but maybe something like that mellows him out, you know, like pot, like, so he's just like, you know, so that way he's just all jolly all the time.
And it was discovered later that Sandra would actually give Travis some Xanax from time to time as an attempt to calm him down. Xanax being a drug that traditionally makes the user calm and drowsy, but on occasion can cause memory problems and blurred vision. And what's more is that when Charla Nash arrived at the scene of the angry chimp, she did have a completely different hairstyle, and Travis, being off of that medication that Sandra did give him, seeing a complete stranger hold one of his favorite toys may have prompted the already infuriated chimp to attack Charla Nash. Again, because he was on Xanax, perhaps he didn't know who the person was. All he knew is that they had his favorite toy, and being already angry, perhaps this made him even angrier. As well trained as Travis was, he was still a wild animal, unfit to live in the human world. But yeah, that was the case of Travis the chimpanzee. My name is Wowman. Don't forget to subscribe. And huge thank you to all my beautiful Patreons: Inspector Dom, Miguel, Notabot, Stan's Furs, Kareem, Dylan, Mascarees, Robin, Anna, Cubery, Tensity, Estenia, Blah, and 10 Tiny Beasts. Thank you guys so much. You guys are truly awesome. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. It's always super great. And yeah, thanks for coming back. And yeah, I'll see you. Bye.
Yeah, good video from the lad. His kitten, don't you mean Zoodinator?
Wake up, rested. Wow, the day just clicks.
Huh.
Malazewski. Malazewski. Malazewski.
I don't think that's how you're
Repair, tie on. Repair, tie on. Repair, tie on. Rai kuhu. Raikuhu. Raikuhu.
I know this
Knaus.
is a joke.
Knaus.
The fuck is thumbnail, bro?
What's going on, everybody? It's me, Ster here, and today we are going to rank.
If you disagree, you're objectively wrong.
What's going on, everybody? It's me, Ster here, and today we are going to rank the top 10 OS players. That's right, and it's not going to be by some dumb, subjective metric like PP or skill. No, instead we are going to rank them alphabetically. So let's get to it. Okay, for the beginning, straight up, after the name change, I would put Mirami at S tier. And along with him, I would also place Akolibad and Andros there as well. Now, I know this might be a bit controversial, but I would actually place them below, because you really can't underestimate how important that second ladder is. And that's it for the S tier. Now in A, I would only really put Lifeline, and then for B, it would be Matthew and then Mika. And then we got Emrek. Now, you kind of feel bad, cause he's really good when it comes to PP, but his name, honestly, is just bottom of B tier. Now, Ryuke, definitely C tier, and Waxay, well, I was considering D originally, but let's put him in C as well. Now, we finally come to Whitecat. Honestly, trash rank. Just to give you some context, not to come off as too braggy or anything, but even I would be somewhere around here. But he can't even do that. Like, seriously, if you're getting beaten by a 5-digit on an alphabetical tier list, I mean, But the names of his skins on the other hand. And with that, we've completed this absolute masterpiece. But if you want to watch some actually good OS videos, please make sure to check out my channel.
And a cheater. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Check r/osu report. Oh god, this is going to be juicy, isn't it? Cloudful accusations and a live play should be happening soon. What? Isn't he like rank 4 or some shit? Osu standard Chudson relax. Hello there. I'm sure this report comes as a surprise, but I have strong evidence leading to Cloudful using a relax bot. In all of Cloudful's replays, his average circle hold time distribution almost always hits within 63 milliseconds. Here are a few examples comparing top speed players below. Snow Goose. This is the one that just got ranked, right? Cloudful's HDDT circle hold distribution. Okay. If I'm reading this correctly, this is how long he actually holds a key press down whenever he presses. And then Scytho's HDDT. Scytho holds down a little bit longer at 87 milliseconds. The problem is Scytho and other players is a normal distribution, while Cloudful and his is nearly always pressing 63 milliseconds. Wait, that's crazy. Hold on. Let me open all of Cloudful's images. It's always around 63 milliseconds, whereas on anyone else's replays, they're much more accustomed to a bell curve. There's like a very clear bell curve that's like being made. So the big suspicion here is that being able to consistently hold a note at 63 milliseconds is like robotic behavior. Like, it is extremely unlikely for a human to be able to have this level of consistency when it comes to holding a key press down for 63 milliseconds on the dot. Whereas in a lot of Cloudful's hits, they're very, very consistent, abnormally consistent at 63 milliseconds. I think people have found his non-DT scores also grouped around 42 milliseconds, which is 42 times 1.5. That's the DT multiplier. Active cheaters in the top 100? You really think we would let that pass? This shows each key that's being pressed and only one key is hitting 63 milliseconds. Wrote my own tool for calculating the hold times. People didn't trust the AG replay analyzer and could verify the results it gives. To me personally, this is enough to be confident about him cheating. Conclusive proof that Cloudful is not cheating. Free my boy. Cloudful, on some real shit, bro. Get fucking real with me. Put it on Allah, you ain't cheating. Voila.
Bruh.
No way he is recording live play on a fucking 700 pp diff. Wait, is this happening live? Like, is he online right now trying to record a live play? He just went offline. Did he just get banned? How funny would that be if we just like watch him get banned live? Holy fuck, dude. Listen, chat, all I'm trying to say is that at the moment, I still can't tell if the dude is cheating or not. Check Discord DMs. I sent you some things. What do you think is Cloudiful related? Okay, I think this shit started around April last year. Here are two things. These two screenshots are about this play. Chudson on Eden, Tying's extra. This is the same day, 30th of April 2023, 1 hour later. Oh, are you saying that this is what his hold time distribution looked like before? Like, this is what his key presses should look like. And we do have replays from him that do have a normal curve. But at a certain date, we started seeing this. Where is the extermination squad when we need him? Oh my god, that dude. That is way too fucking meta, bro. Dude. Any update on Cloudiful? Apparently he's still making a live play.
What the fuck are we doing, Edit? We're making guacamole on the desk? What? Why? Guac on the desk is wild.
Man, just go live. He hasn't responded? Am I dumb or is that like sus? He said this? Sorry for baiting stream. I'm super tired. Tomorrow, maybe. Bro, if you're genuinely risking your account getting banned, that would be priority number one for anyone. I know for a fact that OSU support looks at r/OSU report. And so they probably have their own ongoing investigation on the back end as well. Whoa! What the? Breaking news? Regarding Cloudiful's accusations, the OSU Report Mafia, where a loose group of active OSU Report users, cheat investigators, or whatever other name you want to give us. Historically, our group has been responsible for creating Circle Guard, finding the replay that proved Fia was cheating, investigating worst Hard Rock player as part of the now infamous worst Hard Rock player extermination squad. The accusations, it is that these hold times are very inconsistent, with a mean of 63 milliseconds and a very narrow variance of 5 milliseconds around that mean. The explanation, the distribution could be replicated by Wooding's dynamic keystroke settings. So is he cheating or we replicated with Wooding settings? Okay, true, except those DKS settings are unplayable because they cause you to release instantly and slider break. Yo, diss me. Use DKS on one key and play it Egosu. It's not playable on sliders given the key gets released too soon as you leave the 0.8mm threshold. Moreover, even if Cloudiful was using DKS, it is effectively a macro and therefore bannable. The claim is that some wounding feature is causing these inhuman distributions. The problem is that nobody has replicated this in a way that's playable, and moreover, Cloudiful claims to reproduce these distributions even when not using a wounding keyboard. It is our opinion that there is a 0% chance Cloudiful is using an unmodified game instance or normal hardware to set his plays. It is inhuman to get 2 millisecond variances on hold times, even on a single key. We think this is indisputable. The more interesting question then is whether this distribution is caused unintentionally by normal software or hardware such as wounding, intentionally by normal software or hardware such as wounding, or intentionally by cheating software. According to Doworian, Cloudiful is done recording live play and is uploading it soon. I did the live play. Can we voice chat? Yes, come. You linked my channel! Wait, Minnie, what's up? Okay, Wooding has an analog SDK.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests. Like this bunch.
Let me first figure out what an SDK is. Generally speaking, a keyboard SDK works by enabling a developer to build custom features into their application. This feature can be added on or merged with another program to execute specific functions. So that's basically what allows Rapid Trigger to function. It allows to read the analog values from the keyboard directly, no keyboard hardware input device signals, no Windows keyboard drivers, no software interfering with presses, nothing. So there's this thing that allows the keyboard to get the analog values of the magnets, how close they are. It reads that. Got it. We track those analog values while Cloudiful plays and then use that analog data to simulate his rapid trigger settings to get the inputs. if we see the exact same phenomenon, it comes from the Wooting keyboard directly, not anything software related, etc. In that case, it's either the Wooting device or his fingers that cause this. Latter is mathematically speaking very, very unlikely. We're talking like dream levels of unlikely. Like astrophysicists getting hired for a 55-page document, unlikely. So I believe I can say that if the raw analog values produce the same results, the chance of his cheating goes to 0.1%. I do not think that whatever cheat he uses also intercepts and fakes analog input, because having to simulate a natural finger down movement in the analog values is a whole other level of complexity. Well, that's under the assumption that it's stock firmware. If it's stock firmware, then there's no way, right? Cloudful mentioned that he can do it without the Wooting. However, I haven't quite seen it on the same level, and he partially contradicts his own statements he did to me yesterday, saying it doesn't happen without rapid trigger. But time will tell. I think trying various things like this can make us exclude sources of error, eventually getting a better and better idea of this. There are 600 replays of Cloudful even before he bought Wooting if he didn't saw already. What the fuck? Yo! Yo! Do you have like a PhD in like Osu witch hunting? Holy fuck! Chudsun in 2021, it looks normal. Chudsun on 2021 April, it looks sus. Holy fuck, someone actually combed through every single one of his goddamn replays over the past like 5 years. Doesn't it just make more sense to just hit the live button and just do whatever people ask him to do? Chat, am I dumb, or is that just not the single most easiest thing to clear your name? Just literally be like, yo, I'm legit here, I'm live streaming, tell me what to do to prove it, because I literally don't know what you want me to do. I'm an open book, just don't open this folder. That's called homework. Okay, I'll show you, but only you. But don't judge me. Thing is, if the live play looks legit for some reason, and there's still this weird phenomenon that we can't disregard, hence I invest more into finding out the reason for the phenomenon rather than finding out whether or not he's cheating. Agreed. Yo, I'm just saying, this whole cheating, this whole like, not cheating, this whole, fuck, this whole discussion, I think is actually like really interesting because, again, I don't know much about the Osu cheating sphere. I do have a specific like interest in not wanting to give attention to cheaters, personal interest. I also have an interest in not wanting to promote cheat software. However, I do think it is in the best service of the community to have content like this be more accessible so that the community can be mobilized more to better vet players. Because I do think it is healthy for people to view every single player with a hint of skepticism, especially in this environment. He told me this yesterday. Give me some time, I'm experimenting before the live play. On halftime, I get 31 milliseconds. On DT, I get 63, no mod 42. Does that line up? Isn't it? What's 63 times 0.75? Oh no, it's 42. 42 times 0.75. Listen, okay, chat, can we all agree that the fact that, first off, who the fuck is he talking with? Second off, it seems like he is trying to be transparent and like work with people who are interested in solving this thing. Kind of like the mindset that Minnie is coming in here with, where it's like he doesn't care if he's cheating or not. All right, he cares more about what's causing it. Is it cheat software or is it something else? That's what they're trying to figure out. And it seems like Cloudful seems to be cooperating, which I think that's a dub. There's nothing special, it's just a normalization. In real life, he always holds down 42 milliseconds. But on DT, the internal game clock is 1.5x, so internally it measures 63. Over the span of IRL, 42 milliseconds. That's why 31, 42, 63 thing is nothing special. I see. So everyone's memeing about the 63 MS, but the real ones know it's 42. Chat, wait a second. What if Cloudful is just the prophet? Because think about it. 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. What if Cloudful is the chosen one? Think about it. Everything points to him being like transparent with us. What if he's the one that Osu needs? He'll upload a proof I'm legit play just like White Cat. All right, it's going to get 1 million views. God, I fucking wish I had that. And then once it blows up, he'll be like the face of Osu game. And then he will take Osu to a private island, make the Osu jet real, and then help fund the Osu house. That's no, stop!
Bruh.
Did everything that I just said. Conclusive proof that Cloudful is cheating? Wait, what?
What is that you are? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the fuck?
This was 6
I'm
minutes
cheating!
ago.
I'm unironically cheating!
I'm literally fucking cheating. I'm unironically cheating.
HRDT, unstable rate 88. What? This is from 4 days ago. Okay, interesting news. Turns out the 2021 graphs above are just very weird presentation. This is what they look like on my calculator. So its 2021 plays seem normal. So this is what a normal distribution should look like. The 2021 graphs are legit. The graphs above just make it look spiky when in reality it's not that spiky. They're both the 21 graphs. These are the same place as this. Oh, the 2 recent ones I sent are the same place as the 2 prior ones I sent, just a different visualizer. Oh. So in these graphs, they look sus. But if you take the same replay and feed it into a different visualizer, they look normal. Well, we definitely learned one thing from this, okay? It is to please be patient with me. The other visualizer, not mine, make them look more spiky than they are somehow. And because someone published all the replays with that other visualizer, people think 2021 is already affected. Wait, what? Wait, is this the live play? It's out. Chat, to 1 million views we go. Here we go. Let's go. This is it. Juicy for the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel. Smash the like button. I was here. Okay. Wait, he has a line through his monitor. He plays on the broken monitor? What? Yo, chat, if he's legit, donation goal. Wait. They just... Is he typing in his password on... Cloudful, you changed that password though, right? You're changing... Cloudful, you're changing your password though, right?
Bruh.
Wait, no, he still typed it on screen. You changed it though, right? He said he changed it? Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. He changed it, chat. He changed it. We're good. When are you going to change your name back? Because I swear, dude, there's this growing insufferable trend of top players changing their names to the most insufferable, stupid names. Please, dude. When I watch a tournament, I don't want to see Chud, son. I want to see Cloudiful. I don't want to see his kitten. I want to see Zoodinator. Wait, is this a warm-up? Okay, he's playing worse on purpose. He saved smash the like button. I was here. Okay. Wait, he has a line through his monitor. He plays on the broken monitor? What? Yo, chat, if he's legit, donation goal. Wait, they just... Is he typing in his password on... Cloudful, you changed that password though, right?
I didn't even notice that the first time.
Cloudful, you're changing your password though, right? I just realized. Wait, no, he still typed it on screen. You changed it though, right? He said he changed it? Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. He changed it, chat. He changed it. We're good. When are you going to change your name back? Because I swear, dude, there's this growing insufferable trend of top players changing their names to the most insufferable, stupid names. Please, dude. When I watch a tournament, I don't want to see Chud, son. I want to see Cloudiful. I don't want to see his kitten. I want to see Zoodinator. Wait, is this a warm-up? Okay, he's playing worse on purpose. He's saving the replay, so we'll probably be able to see like what his hit timings are on those 2 performances. Read the description of the video. The description has timestamps. The PC startup, Windows boot, tablet, driver plus filters, launching, ghosting, and logging in, hold time testing, single tapping to disprove macros. Tapping is out of sync on purpose. So that's what we just saw. And now he's actually playing the game. So this is the actual live play. Dude, why does it almost sound like he's double tapping? What the hell? Yo, did he just shit that out? Okay, let's be real. How many times did you record this, bro? How many times did you record this? Bro, you probably spent like 5 fucking hours recording this shit just so you could get that play, didn't you? Nah, that's a flex. That's a 700? Listen, dude, I can't even set 700s first try, dude. Okay? Alright, I can't even set 500s first try, dude. Alright, wounding settings, pop off. Rapid triggering is enabled, okay? He uses 0.2. That's interesting. All right, back to gameplay. So it's going to be gameplay for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 minutes. And then at the end, we'll check hold times. Wait, he uses 2 different rows. Am I fucking dumb or is he actually double tapping? What the fuck? He uses controlled vibro technique. What does that mean? This is how you abuse rapid trigger to its potential. You're essentially a vibrator. There's a joke that I know everyone is thinking of. Don't say it. All right, chat. I need to study this technique, dude. Yep, one finger is on a different row and it's below the other finger. That makes sense, honestly. I know that's pretty popular, actually. Well, not popular, but like, it's not an uncommon thing to see for people who use middle finger, index finger. Because take a look at your fingers. Your middle finger is typically significantly longer than your index. So if you play on the same row, your middle finger is arched. compared to your index finger. Wait, does he mash even through into the slider? You know, taking a look at his unstable rate bar when I see him do these streams makes me like, it definitely brings a lot more context into that one clip where it showed like, what was it, 80 unstable rate? I forgot what it was. Chat, we need to do more Reddit threads, all right? Speculating against top players so we can finally get a live play from every single top player. We need to study their techniques, okay? Top players are hiding this information for themselves. If this will actually make them make a live play that we can study from them, it'll be better for the greater community. So it's time to start flooding the community with random ass OSU report threads. Don't actually do that, but however, I would like to see more live plays. Like, please, every single player in the top 100, if you live stream on Twitch, I swear, dude, set a donation goal for 20 bucks, get a hand cam. That's all I want. Maybe another $10 donation to get a lamp, please. I'm sick and tired of seeing top players have shitty ass hand cams when they stream, where it's like pitch black darkness, can't see shit. Just get a lamp, bro. It doesn't even sound like double tapping. Okay, I disagree.
Pitch black darkness.
It does sound like double tapping, but it sounds like satisfying double tapping. Cause like when I double tap, it sounds like. You know what I'm saying? Chat, if Cloudflow's proven legit, let's start a donation goal to get him a new monitor. Fucking hell,
How does
dude.
it even happen?
63.
Oh, there you go. 63.
What the fuck?
This one. Yeah, 63.
What the fuck?
And the last replay I saved, 63.
What the fuck? Guys, what if he's an AI created by Beetle? No, I'll stop. What the fuck, dude? Wait, that's actually fucking crazy, dude. He did everything. He started up his PC. He showed all of his like programs or something. Like I heard like some rumors like a while back that you could have like a cheat live and not show up in your task manager or something, but like it seemed like it didn't seem sus to me at all. Like it seemed like he was genuinely trying to like, you know, show what's going on, and it still shows the same issue. Doubter's crying right now. Listen, man, I've said this from the start. I don't know shit. I'm here because I'm just interested as a spectator, cause like the data is cool to watch. Wait, hold on a second. Did he record this like today and upload today? Hold on. It is June 17th at 11 p.m. He literally did this today. So like there's no tomfoolery. What was this? Collecting data with Cloudful 17. This is also today.
And then if you click on the box and then keeping your cursor in there, if you could stream with H and M, is that reachable?
Wait, I'm sorry for like sussing you out. My mom's like calling me again, dude. I'm actually like sorry.
Did I just hear like a USB? We can do.
Oh wait, it's my controller.
And then, oh yeah, oh sorry, I've just read chat now. Yeah.
Summary: Cloudful was willing to download VS Code and run my program and provided one good session of data. He was willing and cooperative for the most part. The data is good for Cloudful in the sense the phenomena doesn't only happen in OSU. This video does absolutely nothing. Well, if this is true, then that means like it means it's not solely locked to OSU. That means that like whatever's going on between him and his key presses is universal with having this like whole data thing happening. Because I'm assuming this is under the assumption that like OSU cheats only affect OSU, right? All right, cheater or not, like this is fucking fascinating, dude. And being able to watch this in real time and see what's going on, this is fucking insane, man. Like I feel like I'm watching a live documentary. Yeah, it's like solving a mystery. It's like we're literally studying a man. Can you request me to join live so I can explain the majority of things that people have been in direct contact with him before people are trying to prove his legitimacy things people are still misunderstanding? Dorian, sure.
So the first thing that crosses through my mind when I want to prove whether a player is legit is not even actually doing a startup live play of their PC, because you can easily have a kernel cheat, which means it starts from Windows when you start your PC. You can have it run in the background and be completely unidentifiable.
That makes sense.
So in this scenario, we have to physically test his like actual tapping. So the first thing that I have him do is get in VC, and you can see here, this is my first contact with him, and this is what me and my friend were reproducing with DKS.
I've read somewhere that like it was reproducible with the DKS, but it was unplayable for OSU. Is this with that context?
We were the first people to reproduce it with DKS.
I see, but this information doesn't actually confirm nor deny whether or not he's legit.
Yeah, this doesn't directly prove whether he's legit or not.
Okay, that makes sense.
However, this was a stepping stone to believing that it was possible it could be a hardware or software related bug.
That makes sense. Okay.
So this is the first step to believing 100% cheating to 90% cheating.
Right.
And this is where the 10% of me was like, well, if he's legit, why are we trying to just kill him?
Agreed.
Let's help him. So I ended up explaining to him, if you can give a full rundown of your settings that you've changed with your routing, we can help you further. I told him, if you can join this VC, we can help you. And then he immediately, 1 minute later, is completely compliant from the get-go. This is where, in my brain, I'm like, if you're cheating, you're not going to really do this. So he gets in VC. I was just asking him, like, what settings do you have on your routing? What stuff have you done so far to try and like replicate this on video? And he was like, oh, I have a live play that I've sent to top players already when I was rank 4. And I was like, really? Why haven't you posted it? The reason why is because in this live play, not only is there personal information, but there's also no like startup. So it's not definitive proof for people. So for a while, I made him do very specific things in game in order to test his hold times and see what they're like. I made him play without rapid trigger. This is when we were testing relax, not macros. Okay. Macros is like a different story. We'll get to that later. So this is me testing him for his hold time consistency. I'm seeing why his hold times are consistently 42 for Nomad and 63 for DT, which by the way, they scale.
Yeah.
If he did halftime, he's going to have a 30 or like a 31 to 36 average. Nomad is 42 to 48, and then DT is like 63 to 69. And so after I verify that after all of these tests that he's doing on screen share without issue, he's following every single instruction I'm telling him to do, I'm like, he just has to be legit. I just make him do a live play now. So I go over exactly what he's supposed to be doing in his live play.
No, this is really important because everyone like asks for a live play, but oftentimes, like, I know it sounds stupid, but there are certain things that people are looking for in a live play that those expectations aren't communicated to the other person.
During his live play, you can see that he is capable of setting these scores no matter what. That proves without a doubt that he can do it.
Yep.
That is the proof he is legit.
Proof of capability. I think that's the biggest thing, right? If you can't even prove that you have the capabilities to set the performances that you have been known for doing, then that's definitely a red flag.
So he didn't make the live play the same day. So other people started looking into it because of the DKS screenshots I was sending. In hindsight, I probably just shouldn't have sent anything like that, because this honestly made it look even worse for him, because people were just saying like, oh, you could only recreate it with cheat software. But yeah, I asked Mini to make a public statement because this is after Cloudful had tested with that application that proves that outside of OSU, he is capable of doing the same exact thing, which proves that it's not an OSU modification. It would have to literally be his hardware or something on his PC. Like that would be the only way. So that was one further step. And so this morning I wake up at 12:50. He was just testing offline before he was doing his live play. He was warming up. I said it's fine that if it's in the live play, because this proves that he is getting these hold times legitimately. Him worrying about the fact that Mini said it's a macro now instead of relax. He just needs to ignore the people for now and make the live play. So I tell him that I disproved it, because I did. Single tapping disproves the use of a macro.
There's still the underlying issue, which is what's causing this abnormality in the what's called hold times then.
So what I think is happening here, and this is me not having any knowledge of Wooting hardware, is that his keyboard must be broken in some way to where it's not getting his inputs properly. And so it's defaulting to around that MS range. That's just my personal
That's the
take
current
on what I think it
hypothesis
could be.
from you, basically.
Yeah.
I think everyone is still wondering. Like, no one is really going to take that live play at face value and just say, oh, I guess everything is fine. Because the fact of the matter is there is something that is up, right? Something is up, and until that's explained, people are always going to have like a bit of speculation, or at least like there's always going to be this mystery, right? So if I believe the true way that his legitimacy can be proved is to have this abnormality be explained, right? And if it's explained in a way that doesn't involve any sort of cheat software, that's fantastic. Because then if there are no allegations against him, he has to be legit. I think that would be the most fair way to do it, just from what I understand so far. However, I do really appreciate angles like this, because it's important to get a view from all different sides. At the end of the day, I feel like the people who can really like solve it though are the ones who have more technical knowledge and technical experience. Chat, we'll continue this. I'm not sure if there's really much else. I would love to bring on someone who is fully convinced after seeing the live play, after hearing this discussion from Dorian. I would like to bring on someone who does have like a more behind the scenes background to kind of explain from the information that we have now why he could still be cheating. Look at this. Scammer Dorwarian Discord ID known to sell OSU accounts and resell Maple software. Wait, no, this is a W, bro. This is a W. If people are trying to buy OSU cheats and...
Alright. We're done. Basically, yeah, he cheated using DKS.
This is bannable, yes. Dude, I'm imagining that there's like a fucking code red going on at OSU headquarters. Pepe's called in. Fucking hell, it's like 2 a.m. What the hell do you want? Pepe, this is an emergency. There's a rank 3 player. This guy. He's using some sus stuff, dude. What do we do? What's the call? Some wooting DKS shit. What's up? What's the play, man? We gotta make a play. The entire community, everyone on Twitter is making a ruckus. Come on, then. When was the last time a cheater has gotten this high on the rank? That's a great question. Does anyone actually know? What the fuck? When's the last time a cheater has gotten this high? I don't think ever. Okay, all right. Cookies, he did it intentionally. Do you really call him a cheater, or is he just trying to like... Oh, shit. Guys, it's over with Perennial. Wait, how the hell did he get past, what's it called? Screening. Isn't tournament screening supposed to, like, figure this shit out? Old Peppy comments on macro. What the fuck, you found it? Just a PSA, if you are using a macro or hardware device where one key triggers key up event on another key, this is a bannable offense. In other words, adding a third key mapping to a second where the third key can be pressed while the key it is bound to is not yet released, this is bannable. In other words, if via software or hardware, what you're doing is different to having one small and one large key, which you are using 2 fingers on instead of 1, you should not be doing this. It can be detected and will be considered against the rules. I think there was one that slipped through, man. Okay, Wooting's official statement. Not sure why this is cheating. He basically reversed key activation. It's creative, but it's not 1, multiple actions in 1 button, 2, automations. From what I see, his key only actuates after the key release, so it doesn't activate until he releases. It continues to stay active until completely released. How's this different from pressing a normal key, except that the behavior is in reverse? You need to let go to release and press deactivate. Oh. I would never tweet this to them, but if I were able to send a message to them, I think it's best not to get involved in this cesspool. Listen. They're able to make a great product. However, I don't think they understand the impact that this may have. And so as a result, I'm not sure if it would be in their best interest to have a specific say on this. I think it would be best for them to continue doing what they do best, which is innovating within the scene, pushing peripherals further, and making cool shit happen. And then letting the rest of the industry figure out what to do with that new innovation. Basically what I'm saying is just stick to doing keyboards, man. Don't get involved with this shit. This is OSU drama. To be fair, I also understand this take because that's what I was thinking as well. Technically speaking, it's still the same thing. You're just pressing down then lifting up and pressing down and lifting up. However, my opinion was strictly changed under the fact that this enabling this type of playstyle will open up a huge can of worms, and so it's tough. What is this? Chiconia has 100% win rate in hack accusation. This fucking dude is living life, man. This guy can point at anyone and make them disappear.
That's funny, but yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the stream, man. It's been like 5 hours. I'll stream tomorrow probably. Okay, goodbye. Wear a condom, be safe.